Now, just a quick one. Mahalo nui. Oh, yes, this is on. Interns, can we sit down real quick? Thank you. Welcome again to the second day. Can we walk with purpose and not talk, please? Welcome to the second day of the PIPES 2025 PIPES Intern Symposium. Today we have the rest of our PIPES interns sharing their experiences and research throughout the summer. And yesterday was super awesome to see all of their experiences and work that they have done throughout the 11 weeks. But we're really excited to see the rest of them present today. Yeah? So we'll get started right at 8:40, and Sema will be opening us up today. I know that he has some ava in the back that people can go and taste test. So please go and taste test some of the awesome ava or kava. And we'll get started right at 8:40. Okay? Mahalo for joining us, everybody online and everybody here. Mahalo.
Feel free to make your way to the back and grab a cup of ava. Today's ava is ava mo'i. And today's session is more of like a talanoa session. So, you know, sip your ava and talk story with me up there. And if you have questions, but please help yourself. There's a couple cups in the back. And the aunties will be there rocking it out. Shout out Auntie Ho'olu and Auntie Leua. Yes, sir. And today's ava was graciously donated by Pu'iwa Hawaiian Farms in Papaikou. Shout out to Uncle Sam.
And let's see it go. Starting us off today, hailing all the way from Samoa, crossing the Moana to New York here, attending Cornell University, and with us for the summer, Mr. Sama Nu'usila with the Indigenous Cropping Systems Lab.
Talofa. Hey, I like it. Yeah. Aloha mai kako, malo lava soifua malange ma. My name is Letiuna Semanu'usila. I am currently an undergraduate, a junior at Cornell University studying agricultural science. And this summer, I was blessed to be paired with the Indigenous Cropping Systems Lab. And my research that I have been working on this summer, entitled here, is Ola Maia Manuia, Regenerational Systems and Mo'olelo of Awa in Hawaii. Okay. Starting us off, a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in American Samoa, in my small but tiny village of Alofau. Yeah, if you're on the video. Ooh. I am the second eldest of 4 siblings. I'm a cousin, I'm a friend, I'm a mentee, and my journey with plants and agriculture started in my grandmother's garden, just working there, and also in my uncle's plantation. So it started at home, and it kind of grew further into science fairs or extracurriculars, and from then, I kind of stemmed from there into my academic and professional career, since I liked working with plants, and hence why I decided to pursue agriculture. And my interest so far as in my journey in agriculture is in agroecological research and uplifting community food sovereignty. And so when PIPES popped up on the NSF RU site, I was like, oh, this looks good. You know, I like try that. And so my journey with PIPES started from there, and it's been great so far. And PIPES has been that pipeline, get it? Pipeline. Hey, okay, that pipeline, and I was grateful to be paired with the Indigenous Cropping Systems Lab. So the Indigenous Cropping Systems Lab is through CTAR UH Manoa, under the directorship of Dr. Noah Lincoln in the back, in the house. And this year I was under the mentorship of Auntie Ho'olulahui Akaka and also Auntie Lewa Patnod. And the work we do is working with communities, whether it's nonprofits or community-focused state agencies, kind of encouraging and bringing to light all the indigenous and traditional processes and crops. So some of the crops we work on is new, ulu, awa, and pivoting into that is my research this summer specifically on awa. So awa is a culturally significant plant here in Hawaii and also throughout the Pacific. And it's a very symbolic plant, whether used as for offering, recreational use, ceremonies, and it's found throughout all of the Pacific for the Polynesian Triangle. I haven't reached that far yet, but that is a future study. And here in Hawaii, we kind of narrowed it down to Big Island because we wanted to expand that, but it would be too big of a scope. And also, being here on Big Island, we decided to go out to the communities here and learn what are their connections to awa. And one well-known mo'olelo about awa is the awa kaula awa puna. And this were the awa plants that grew in the crutches of trees in Puna. And these were naturally cultivated. They weren't cultivated by human means. They're just twigs of awa that birds built into their nest, and then they just happened to grow from them. And so the roots of the trees, of the awa plants, would just slither down on the trees, and people would pick them. And this would, the awa kaula awa was also known as the most potent awa. And in one of Mary Pukui's writing, she believes that the reason why awa kaula awa was so potent is because its roots were exposed to sunlight. And this is interesting because awa does not like sunlight that much. It prefers to grow in shade with other plants in more humid and loose soils. So that's a very interesting dynamic. Another future study. And so drawing from that molelo of Awakaula'au, we looked into hydroponic systems, and this is actually a cultivation method that the Indigenous Cropping Systems Lab has been working on for a while now, is looking into various hydroponic systems and seeing which ones would be best or the awa would grow best in this. And this was a study, the diagram here is the setup of the hydroponic system by Rami Kayali, who was graciously enough to allow me to share with you his setup of his system of hydroponic awa cultivation. And so for my research, I went with the Kratky method, which is a passive method just utilizing buckets and where the plant is suspended in the nutrient solution. And so drawing from both mo'olelo and then also contemporary scientific study, bringing those together, those are kind of the fundamental foundations of my research this summer. And now trying to bring that connection of scientific work into the community, that was another big part. We talked story with my mentors and my lab. We wanted to find what is the pilina of people and plant, specifically awa. And so that was another part of the research, is going into various communities, awa practitioners, kupuna, and just general community members, like talking story or talanoa session like we're having today. Just talking story, whether over awa or no awa, and seeing what are their connections, what do they think, and also what do they think about hydroponic awa cultivation, because it's such a novel way of cultivation to awa. So we wanted to gauge in what is the community thinking, what do they think this is proper, do they think this is good? And so gathering all those thoughts is another big aspect of my research this summer. And as previously mentioned, so these are kind of the main goals of my research, is conducting experimental trials, seeing how the awas would respond to that kind of growth medium, and talking story with the general community, and engaging with mo'olelo and written literature, scientific, new, contemporary, old, bringing those together to kind of root my research in community. See that? Eh? Eh? Like that? Like that? Eh? Okay. Okay. And so my experimental trial, this is what my setup the design of my bucket setups look like. So you have just your 5-gallon nutrient solution, 7-gallon buckets, your perlite as the growth medium, and then your little awakiki plant. And this is what the experimental design looks like within the shade house, using a randomized complete block design. This is to ensure there are limited room for errors, so that we're trying to model as natural as possible. So, because if we decided to just put all one variety in one line, then what if the other variety is not getting like the same exposure to sunlight, weather conditions? And the three varieties, unique Hawaiian cultivars that we worked on were Nene, Kumakua, and Papakea. And I had 20 replicates. This is the process of bare rooting the awa plants. And so it's just, these awa were growing. Oh, damn, I forgot to introduce you. Oh, okay, little sidetrack. This is my friend Mo'i, guys, say hi. You know, I'm gonna talk about awa today, might as well bring her in the room. So she knows what we're talking about, and she's gonna be up here all day, so talk nice and talk story with her, guys. Okay. Yes, and so the plants would look, this is exactly what they look like before bare rooting, and then just going in and removing all the soil or the growth medium as much as possible, and then cutting them to 8 inches uniform length, because at the end of the experimental trials, we'll be doing destructive sampling and like measuring the root development, growth development, and then conducting analysis on the cavalactones of the plants. And this is what my setup looks like in the shade house, just for reference. And now, grounding our research, my research was done at the Komohana Research and Extension Center. That is where the Indigenous Cropping Systems Lab is housed. And this was where I spent most of the summer, in the greenhouse, jamming away with Entilehua, you know, just working on the plants, watering them, talking story with them. And so this was the heart of my research. And now we're gonna hop a little over to Pipikeo. And these are multiple huaka'is at my lab and also through PIPES. We were able to go out to communities and AWA practitioners and talking story with them. And in Pipikeo, we were graciously welcomed by Uncle Ed Johnston, who is one of the editors of the Hawaiian Awa and Ethnobotanical Treasure, which is kind of the book for Awa cultivation and everything Awa in Hawaii. And so we were graciously welcomed by Uncle Ed to talk story, sharing his mana'o with us, his research, multiple years of research on Awa. And we also got some cuttings from them, cuttings of Awa from him, from his aina. Now, hauling over to Kalakekua, this was one of our PIPES huaka'i, where we were able to go to Kalakekua, specifically in Ka'awaloa. Their connection to Awa is, Ka'awaloa was a royal residence in the olden days. And so it has a lot of connections to Awa. And one of the mo'olelo that I found in my literature research was Awa Kapua Manua. And this was the famous mo'i or hiva variety of Awa that grew in with the iliahi trees in Ka'awaloa. And a funny tidbit about this is I wasn't able to find exactly a place called Manua in Ka'awaloa or in Hawaii itself. So I did a little digging. In the research, Manua is just accumulation of wounds or pile. And then the second is just a reference to the Manua Island group in Samoa, in American Samoa. So that was really cool. It's like, maybe these are remnants of the migration route that Awa came through in the Pacific. So that is also another future study. And then, ha'alele again over to Waipio Valley. This was another huaka'i by PIPES, where we got to camp for the weekend at Uncle Alfredo and Auntie Leigh's ohana. And here, Waipio is very rich in mo'olelo and connections to Awa. And some of the mana'o that was shared by Auntie Leigh to me is like, majority of the puna in Waipio were dug by Kane and Kanaloa, or dug specifically to make Awa. So that was another connection. And then another mo'olelo that connects Waipio to Awa is Awa ililena akeakua I kapalikapua Waipio. And this was the yellow bark Awa of Waipio, of the gods that grew on the cliffs of Waipio. And now, rounding back up to Papaiko. And this is at Pu'iwa Hawaiian Farms, where Uncle Sam Meldis was able to give us a tour and a history of their operation. And so this is, Pu'iwa Hawaiian Farms is more of a contemporary type of operation, and their operation is agroforestry. They grow their awa with pigeon peas, kalo, ko as a windbreak. And so like seeing these multiple aspects of awa, like in the traditional sense in Waipio, in Ka'awaloa, and then coming to Papaiko where you're able to see like cultivation of awa in a contemporary setting, in greenhouses, in like try to model agroforestry as it was naturally meant to be grown. And now, pivoting into the data collection part of my research, things that we were measuring in the greenhouse were pH levels, solution levels, seeing how much solution that the plants were uptaking, and also seeing what the pH is within the buckets themselves. That was for the experimental trials, and then the qualitative data was all the Talanoa sessions with community members. And so just for a little, this is the growth at week 1. This is the Kumakua variety. This is the growth at week 1. This is the growth at week 4. So by the visual signs of it is awa can develop well inside the nutrient solution. But this is a continuous and ongoing study, so it's kind of hard to make a conclusion at the moment. It'll be, even after I'm finished with the PIPES program, we will continue doing this research, seeing how far the ava plants can go. And key takeaways from my Talanoa sessions with all the community members was one mana'o shared by Uncle Maikai when we were in Pakrak is, like, we were talking story of hydroponic cultivation because it's such a novel study, and he shared his mana'o is like, it's like, I think one thing I brought up was my kind of nervousness was because we were removing ava from Aina, like, could it possibly be disrupting that connection with the land and people? And Uncle Maikai shared, like, it's not necessarily losing its connection to people and land. It's the mana you give into the ava that gives it that desirability and that richness to it. So it's like you're giving it solution, you're giving it life. So that's kind of a process of reciprocity in that sense. And also, another tidbit shared by Uncle Ed Johnson is ava has been able to survive this long because it can manipulate people, guys. It manipulates you. So you're drinking ava right now, so gotta think about that, you know? And like in the sense where, you know, along the way, ava lost its ability to produce seed. And it's only able to, like, through somatic mutation. So it's not the same with every, like, cutting or offspring it gets. And so ava speaks to people. Ava talks to people like, hey, I like that soil, grow me over there. I like this soil, grow me over there. I like the soil in Tahiti, take me over there, you know? So it manipulates people to get what it wants and what it needs. This is an olelo no'eau I found for what I was reading is feed with ava so that the spirit may gain strength. And so I feel like my research is encompassed and very well articulated by this olelo no'eau, because I'm finding, well, I along with the community, we're finding ways to sustain ava, like in the far situation where we don't have land and you just have nutrient solution. There's, you know, there's that alternative, but we don't want to go to the alternative. We want to stick to, like, growing it in the soil. But this is just kind of like a substitution, not we should do this, like we should do this today. No, this is just an idea. Like in the case we run, or everything sinks, you have a greenhouse, you have a nutrient solution, boom, you can grow your ava in hydroponic systems. So it's kind of that, bringing all that together, that mana'o together, yeah. Some of the challenges that I faced in this project was some of the ava plants not making it. Some of the other plants, like we were testing in 7-gallon and 5-gallon buckets. Some of the other did not make it, like, because of drought. During the week of HCC when we got back, some of my 7-gallon plants did not make it, which is a bummer. But we live and learn. Like in the words of Auntie Holu, we fail forward. You know, like you fail, but you fail forward. Don't fail backward, that's not good. And also, it's not exactly a challenge. It's a good challenge. It's the novelty of this study. So we're constantly adding in new things we're finding along the way, like adding into the protocol. And being part of that process is really exciting because I'm able to be part of this new cultivation method. Well, it's not new, just built on existing knowledge. And the other biggest challenge was time. Like if I could continue this research, I'd go out to more communities, and also see my ava girls in the shade house grow as far as they possibly can in person, not behind a computer. Which unfortunately what I'm gonna be doing in the next couple of months, but that's okay. And some personal accomplishments is being, like, as I previously stated, it's being able to be part of that process of creating the protocols. How can we manage this? How can we alter the solution? And then adding and growing the protocol, and also helping out with all the the kokua in the Indigenous Cropping Systems Lab, like pulling fence at Waiakea. That was rough, guys. We were drilling through like lava rocks, so blue rocks. So it was tough, but it was fun because, you know, I was jamming away with the auntie, so it was good stuff. And also another study that, well, publication is the AVA propagation publication that the lab is working on. And so being part of that too, where we're able to pull from various literatures, whether old or new, and also upcoming, and then bringing all that together so that we can disseminate it into the community so they learn what and what not to do in terms of AVA cultivation. Another is making pilina to various people and also to the various places and communities I've been fortunate enough to engage with. I think I shared this with the question in YPO that Auntie Leigh had shared, like, what was your biggest takeaway? And mine was that their ability to share their ohana's genealogy with us. It's like, it's something that we like to hold on to because like you only like to share that kind of information with your kin, blood and kin. But them sharing that with us is like them bringing us into the fold, into part of their community. And so I'm very grateful for all the communities and practitioners that were very happy to take me in and just talking Talanoa sessions with me and talking story with me. And also, this experience has benefited me big time. I also hope that I have benefited PIPES and my cohort as well, hopefully. And it's just a personal reflection, like just like my AVA plants, like they faced initial shock, like when we had to cut off their roots and put them into the nutrient solution. It's just like, I guess in this, I am the AVA. Like I had to fly 14 hours from New York to come here. And orientation week was rough. I tell you that, it was rough. Like the time difference adjustment, like just up at the crack of dawn, guys. That was rough. But after that, like the experiences and the memories we made there, it's like pretty good. And throughout our program, so it was tough, but tough love is what we say. Yeah. And also, like coming to Hilo, I didn't even know what to expect because it would be my first time being this close to home in 2 years. So I was kind of, I don't know, I was nervous and be like, oh, I'm out of touch. Well, what are they going to think? Are they going to think of me as like outsider or something? But that was not the case, Everybody is like, I was basically home. Like everybody's welcoming. I was back here just cracking jokes with the interns and also nalu shing around. But it's been a great experience, I'll tell you that. All the skills and all the networking, all the communities and people here have really contributed to my personal and professional growth. And I know all these skills will be very applicable in my career and like the path that I'm pursuing. So I'm very grateful for that. And for my Haina section is, you guys see that? Yeah, this was a little tidbit in the AVA book by the Association for Hawaiian AVA is AVA or kava custom, so widespread throughout Oceania, might be considered the one item in their material culture that links together most of the peoples of Oceania. And so the map here that I have put up is kind of the migration route that AVA went through here in the Pacific. Starting out from Melanesia all the way up to Hawaii. And so Hawaii is actually the last destination of AVA in its migration route. So that is why Hawaii has 13 unique AVA varieties that may or may not be found on other Pacific islands. And so like that connection, like seeing this migration route where it went through all of these islands. And so it draws me back to that mo'olelo of Avakapu Manua, like the remnants of these plants, they connect us. And so like that is kind of serving myself and also all the other interns I know. We all serve Antile who will perfectly articulate during our exit interview, serving as a bridge between scientific innovation and indigenous stewardship. Look, how about a hand for that? Like, you know, that's a banger right there. Nobody drops that type of stuff, you know? And so, like, all of us, we, like, PIPE's mission is preparing the next generation of stewards. And that is precisely what we are. Like stewards that'll be coming back and working with our communities, working with our plants, and speaking to our plants, not at them. And to close off is future studies that I would continue, like if PIPES will have me next year, I'd be more than happy. And also continuing to like grad school type work, you know, is continuing the experimental phases and trial of my research, seeing how far the ava plants can go. And then also, like, I keep going back to that connection in terms of like name places. And so like having a more extensive ethnographic or whatever kind of research you call it, like throughout the Pacific, like going to these various places, seeing what are their connections to ava, and then bridging all of that together. So that is a future study I would like to do. And I'd like to mahalo all the sponsors, all the agencies that, that supported me this summer. The Indigenous Cropping Systems Lab, thank you for taking me in, bro. Like, thank you, thank you. And the University of Hawaii, Hawai'i Maua Foundation, the Hawaii Pacific Foundation, PIPES, and also the American Indian and Indigenous Studies program at school for funding my housing this summer. And then also, I'd like to acknowledge and thank all of the community that were gracious enough to talk story with me. Everyone that is on this list, thank you. And my credits, so you need to credit the people. And hola. Now,
Amazing, amazing job, Sema. We do have a question already from our online audience.
okay.
And Miss Morgan Smith asks, how do you feel knowing that the ava found on Hawai'i Island likely came from Manua in Samoa? Did it change how you felt about Hawai'i Island and the connection to your own home island?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So thinking about, you were talking about the ava migration and it all coming from that way and coming up. Does knowing that the ava found in Hawaii likely came from where you're from back home change how you feel about Hawai'i Island? Or do you have a different Pilina relationship to Hawai'i Island knowing that the ava here came from back home long, long time ago?
I guess it doesn't necessarily change, but it just kind of like adds on and feeds into that Pilina to that, there's a possibility that I have like blood relatives on Big Island. So and throughout Hawaii that might have like been on that migration route of ava, like ava and people. So like knowing that there's that connection and the possibility that the ava from Manua made its way to Ka'avaloa, it's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. And yeah, I hope someone in the near future can do research on that type stuff. Yeah.
Maybe you. We have time for one or two more audience questions.
Hello for that presentation. I was just curious, do you have a preference for varieties when you're making ava? Yeah.
Okay, funny thing, guys, is I never worked with ava before I got to PIPES. I'm a soils person too, so hydroponics, pretty gnarly in the beginning, trying to understand. But I think I haven't actually tasted all the varieties yet, like the cultivars, to make a solid conclusion to that. So maybe give it 2 more years and then I can answer that question. Any other?
I see one last question up front.
How do you think AVA could be used by the medical community?
So ava has been utilized a lot in for its medicinal values. In the, I believe the 18th and 19th century, ava was exported to Europe, and it was a treatment for because it is it has cavalactones. They're compounds that can cause you to de-stress, relax. And so there's a lot of ongoing studies that are looking into the medicinal value of ava treatment for multiple, what should I call it, illnesses. And for people that have problems sleeping or headaches. And so the medicinal value, it's there. And it has a lot of values, but you just have to be careful with the amount of consumption. But I know that there's a lot of medical research into ava and that are still ongoing, and I believe it'll only continue to grow in that aspect. I'm sorry, did that answer your question, ma'am?
Can we get one last round of applause for Mr. Sema? I'm sure there'll be a lot more AVA questions tonight during Reflection Camp as we return to the AVA like how we did at the beginning of the summer. Up next, we have Miss Mika Gallardo, who had the opportunity to work with the National Park Service out at Pu'ukohola.
Okay, aloha everybody. My name is Mika Gallardo. I'll start off with my hua. So, I was born and raised on the island of Oahu. I came to Hilo about 10 years ago. My personal catalyst for this summer was to reconnect with the Aina. I graduated from Hawaii Community College with Hawaii Lifestyles and the Tropical Forest Ecosystem and Agroforestry Management AA degree. Right now I'm pursuing a BA in Geography. I would like to, the first picture on the top is me with my first PIPES internship at Limahuli Botanical Garden. I was doing a Pichardia germination research. The other pictures are groups of people in Aina that I feel very connected to, starting off with my hula halau, unulau. Waipio was a really significant place in my journey. And the Panaewazu agroforestry area is a very significant area that I've been working at for a while. So going into the internship, this summer I was able to work with the Kaia'ulu pathway for the Mo'aina framework. In one of the articles that we read, the quote that I found that connected most to my project was, most scholars who study place would agree that understanding of it is key to the understanding nature of the relationship with each other and the world. So which is a crucial part of my project. So I'd like to introduce my host site, Pu'ukohola Heiau National Historic Site. My mentor is Lei Keko'olani Brown and Mokihana T. So a big aspect of my project is to introduce one of our mo'i, Kamehameha. There is a very controversial relationship between him and his ohana due to the fact that he was trying to unite the Hawaiian Islands. So going into what is Ho'okuhikahi, Ho'okuhikahi is a festival that people would go to Pu'ukohola Heiau to commemorate the unification of all the Hawaiian Islands. Over time, it's changed from pageantry and kind of like specifically geared towards tourists to more of a cultural practice, living culture of showing what our practitioners here can do. The timeline of it was that the heiau was consecrated in 1791. In 1972, it went over from the Queen Emma's Land Trust to the National Park, which is different than how all the other national parks got their land. So this land was given to the park so it could be taken care of better, which is a super key fact in how the park is Malama today. In a lot of the workers that are there is generational workers. So there's, for example, there's the head maintenance guy, Uncle Willie. His sons help him or got jobs there and work with him in the maintenance department. And then his granddaughter is interning with Kupu, or was interning with Kupu this summer. So it's kind of cool to see that the families that live in the area find it very important to work at a specific site like that and continue what their family has been doing for a long time. I started off my internship with visiting or celebrating La Kamehameha in Kohala. Able to make lei. I wanted to keep the theme of ho'okuikahi, and I made a kuile, so which was very cool. I was also able to visit Pololu Valley, which is a significant place to Kamehameha's journey because that's where he was born. Going on to the ha'alele, I want to introduce you guys to the heiau itself. The heiau is located on the mokupuni of Hawaii, the moku of Kohala, the ahupua'a of Kauai Hikina, or Kauai Haikai, and the Ili'aina of Pohakuloa, or Pahukaniloa. This is a map of the area. So, like I said, Mokupuni of Hawaii, Moku of Kohala, and then Kauai and Pahukaniloa. So these are the 5 main places that I worked this summer. Starting with the heiaus, there's 3 heiaus on the National Historic Site. The first one being Pu'ukohola. The next one is Mailekini, and in the water there's a mano heiau called Kapuni heiau. This is one location of the office area that I would go to a lot to do my research. These are the 2 visitor centers. This is the old visitor center, and then this is the current visitor center. It's important to understand the history of where everything is, because before there was the new visitor center, this old visitor center used to have a road that would go in between the heiau and go down to Ohaiula or Spencer's Beach. So with the community's help, we were able to take out the road that split the 2 heiaus, which was really cool to learn. So this is, you can look at this on your own time, but this is how the harbor area or the structure of the landscape changed, how the heiau looks. In a way, the water was able to flow freely, probably showing Kapuni better, but because of the harbor area, it blocks it out, and all the natural resources are kind of not in such great health. But moving forward, I was able to also do kilo aina, or just look at the land and think about why this place was named Pu'ukohola. It was brought to my attention that a name could be like Pu'u, Koho, and then La. And then I was just, after work, After work, I was able to view the landscape better. And then to me, the mountains surrounding the area look like the backs of wells. Or it could mean the literal meaning of the bay, the area that the well hill. Understanding the legacy of each of the key figures that was essential to the start of my project, and understanding what the ho'okuikahi ceremony was about, or is about. It provided valuable insight into preserving cultural identity and learning from past success and failures. So these are some of the key figures that are known to have started the Kuikahi Festival. It was interesting to get to know them because If any of these names seem familiar to you, probably the Ho'okuikahi ceremony has impacted your life in some way. So the first person I would like to introduce is Parli Kanakaole. He is the son of Luka and Edith Kanakaole. He did so many things in the community. Sam Ka'ai, he's from Maui. He is a woodworker and a cultural creator, advocate for Hawaiian traditions. Halim Makua, I think he resided in Kalapana area, if I'm not too sure, and Ka'u. He was a descendant of Kil'oa, and this is an important fact, so remember that. And the Kahaya Li'iohana helped to bring back the importance of Mailakini. So he started it because he was an OHA trustee funding the festival. His two sisters were crucial in implementing female roles into ceremony with Mailakini Hea. John Keola Lake, he was crucial in bringing in the tradition of oli and hula into the Heao's events. And going forward to the huaka'i. So the methods, I was examining the inventory at Puhe, or Pukohola, taking notes on the objects, photo evidence of the item, and putting them into an Excel sheet. I was using, this is an example of the notes that I was taking on site and then turning it into an Excel sheet. So these are examples of some of the artifacts. Some of the artifacts were made in the 1970s and 60s, so it's not very old, but then as history continues, then it's gonna, be important to the overall history of the place. As you can see, there are artifacts like the kukui lamp, offerings, ho'okupus that was given to the heiau, as small as the shells. I think those are the niihau shells. There was woodworkers who donated carvings of ki'i. One of my favorite artifacts was the helmets, the mahioles that they used to make. It was super cool to see how our kupuna used what they had in a way that they made the mahiole out of newspaper, paper mache, and carpet, or like fabric. It was just super interesting. These are old photos that I came across when it was very interesting to see. This was the start of the Ho'okuikahi Festival. This is hula dancers, the community gathering. There's Lua people. And the ethnographic data collection. So this is the overview and this was me trying to get interviews about the place, learning from people in person. Crucial key figures that I learned from was Daniel Kawai'aia, John Kuho'amele Kuban, and Olohekao Nakanelua. I wasn't able to reach Daniel Kawai'aia. He was the park superintendent for 30 years, and he just recently retired this year. But I was able to read one of his older studies from the ethnographic study of Kauai High. I was able to get in contact with John Kuho'amele Kiwan. He is currently the kahuna nui of the heiau, and Olohe Kaunakane'lua, which is a lua person. So the lua aspect of this whole ceremony was important because this gave the opportunity to young Hawaiian men at the time to join in a group and have like emotional connection, and how the overall kaya ulu can come together and work together for a certain cause. This gave them purpose. So within this lua group, they were able to learn how to make the nakoa war implements together, participate in the Ava ceremony, and be crucial roles within the Ho'okuikahi Festival. As you can see in this picture, there is Sam Ka'ai, Dana Kawai, and a lot of other well-known Hawaiian figures. This is a picture of Alohe Kaunakane'lua when he was in his 20s. He was asked to be a part of, so during this festival, the Nakua would conduct themselves in the Ava ceremony, and then they would kind of go over the whole history of how Kamehameha conquered the Hawaiian Islands with the aspect of pu'ukola. So in the story, Keo'oa, he was from Ka'u. He sailed from Ka'u to Kauai, and then that's where Kamehameha kind of sacrificed him to consecrate the heiau. So then in this festival, it was important because the people of Kauai wanted to kind of come to amends with the people of Ka'u and kind of make it a different history. So this festival allowed everyone to come together for a specific cause. And this allowed the genealogies of Keo'oa and Kamehameha to kind of talk about things and heal from the trauma that had occurred. So people in Hokulea, so how the community was involved, the people of Hokulea also helped with this, as the Nakua warriors would travel from Ka'u, 3-day voyage to Kauai, and then land on Pelekane. Then as the family of Keo'oa would come on shore, they would meet the family of Kamehameha, and then they would talk about things and have a peaceful interaction instead of the interaction that actually happened. So this was a way for Hawaiians to move forward from the hurt and the eha that was happening at the time. The ho'ina was to realize how much key figures of kupunas that we think today are very important were participating in the festival back then. As you can see, it takes like the whole community to come together, and everyone is important. This is a picture of Uncle Jerry Kohonui and Auntie Ku, and I forgot, I'm spacing on his name right now, and her husband, Uncle Kale, I think. So what does this mean for the future celebration of Ho'okuhikahi? Currently, the festival is, because of COVID, the festival is not as, we don't have as much volunteers as we would like to have. So we're asking the community to kind of participate and acknowledge the fact that the Pu'ukohola is an important site, and we want people to come and understand how instead of using the eha and hurt from before, we can move forward and come up with more practices and showing more venues for practitioners to encourage the next generation to get involved. So practitioners like Uncle Lei's dad, he does the ie or ulana ie, which is really cool. And the overall goal for this project was, with the unforeseen circumstances for the future and the employees of the park, should anything happen, this project would keep the dignity of the festival and the people who started it. So I hope in the future to be part of the Ho'okuhikahi events to bring back the feeling that I carried back in 1991. So all those people that I mentioned earlier, they were crucial to the cultural revitalization of the area in 1991. So like I said in the beginning, from the 1960s to around 1980s, a lot of the cultural stuff was just pageantry. My ha'ina would be, I come to realize that learning about the foundation of Pu'ukola, I remembered my own foundation for why I continue to find the work in Aina valuable and why I feel like it's important in the lifestyle that I want to live in the future. So like Kamalani said in her presentation, Ikawama Mua and Kawama Hope. So how I integrated this project into kind of my research at the convention watching conference was that when I was at Pu'ukohola, I learned about the Kapuni Heiau. There's this rock that was tied into the Kapai Mahu story. And then at the convention center, I saw the display, which reminded me that there are places in wherever you are in the Pai'aina that are important that you should recognize and find the history of it. So I got to go visit the area. And to bring it back to the project, the Ho'okui Kahi Establishment Day Festival is on August 16th and 17th of this year. And if you would like to come and see what it's about, I encourage you to come. And I just want to mahalo the Pipes gang for everything. And I want to mahalo all the sponsors also. Thank you.
Awesome job, Mika. Do we have any questions from our in-person audience about Mika's time at Pu'ukohola? I see one from Kamaha'o.
I had a question when you were talking about the Kapuni Heiau and then attached to the Kapai Mahu because in Waikiki, there's a surf spot that's a little bit offshore known as Kapuni. And so I was wondering what that connection between the Pohaku at Kapai Mahu and Kapuni Heiau in Pu'ukohola were.
The name of the Pohaku. So Kiko'o mentioned the name, and then one of the names is the same name as one of the rocks in the Kapai Mahu.
Do you know what that rock was used for, what that heiau? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, mean. Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Other questions for Mika? Do we have any volunteers who are going to go help now that we know that Ho'okui Kahi is going on next weekend? Can we get...
Thank you. Mahalo.
Can we get one more round of applause for Miss Mika Gallardo? Up next, we have Mr. Kamuela Andrade Stout, who had the opportunity to work with the Mauna Kea Forest Restoration Project. Take us up the Mauna, Kamu.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kamuela Andrade. This is my first year at PIPES. I'm in the Aina pathway. And this summer, I was lucky enough to intern with Mauna Kea Forest Restoration Project, or McFIRP. So first, the hua, a little bit about me. I come from a Paniolo family. So I grew up in like a ranching lifestyle. I also grew up hunting and fishing and diving and stuff, and just a lot of outdoor activities, living off the land and stuff. And now I'm going to give a little bit of background on McFIRP. There's the crew that I worked with most of the summer. On the left side is Cash, she's not here today, but next is Faith, she's over there. Pono, and on the other side of me is Michelle. Mauna Kea Forest Restoration Project is a conservation program established in 2006 as a mitigation for the loss of Palila critical habitat. McFIRP works to restore and protect the high-elevation dry forest ecosystems of Mauna Kea. The project focuses on increasing habitat for the critically endangered Palila by planting momani and other native trees, removing invasive species, controlling predators, and maintaining fences. Through partnerships with the state and federal agencies, nonprofits, and community volunteers, McFIRP continues the work of restoring the mountain for future generations. So now you know a little bit about the program. We're going to kind of walk you through what my normal day is. So I would start my day all the way in Ahulua above Honoka'a, and I would drive out to Hilo. I'll start off at the base yard. It's right here in town, actually, right down the road, the DLNR base yard. This is where we store our trucks. We have an office space. We have all our equipment here. We start every day, or if we're camping, we start the week here. And then next, most days, I'll go right back across the mountain to Waimea and go in a big circle. But pretty much at least every week or the start of the day, if we're planting, we would head to the nursery. And if we're camping, we load up on trees for the whole week. Or if we're doing a day trip of planting, we just load up for the day. Here at Waimea Traits Nursery, this is where we get all our plants from. We provide them with seeds and they propagate and start all of our trees for them. We also do like nursery days where we go out there and we help them out, just because we put in such a large order for trees. Just try to help them out a little bit. Next, we go through Waimea, and if we're camping, I really do a full circle. I actually overlap. I go past Honoka, up Mana Road, and go up to Pu'umali. So it's like 3-hour circle first thing in the morning. But this year I spent majority of the summer. We'd camp, when I worked up here, we'd camp all week long planting koa. And this is actually my favorite. Right, let me zoom out a little bit. Right there actually is Pu'umali. And then right there is the cabin where we camped at. And then right down the hill is where we planted. Next, another area we worked in. We call this area Skyline. This is right across the mountain, still high elevation. This is in the Palila critical habitat. Over here we planted mamani. But we also did work I got to go predator control, and also we did a lot of nest searching over here. So this is where a lot of our work is focused. Next, we're going right down the mountain to Ko'ohe. This is lower elevation right above Waikiki. It's a planting area. Over here, we planted a mixture of koa and a'ali'i. The birds used to be here, or right above here a couple years ago, but they haven't been here in recent times. Hopefully, restoring it to where the birds come back. From a ha'alele. So for McFerp, there's basically 2 branches. One of them is predator control. The other one is like the restoration crew. I was placed with the restoration crew. I was just outplanting. They outplant a lot of different species, but this summer we just planted 3, like I mentioned earlier, koa, mamani, and a'ali'i. Right there is some mamani planted up, Skyline. We drill holes with augers, and we plant like 2 in a hole. Since there's no grass too much up there, we have to like rock mulch to just kind of provide them, hopefully catch more moisture and give them a better chance of survival. Even though I wasn't with the predator control team, I got to bounce around a little bit, and I went with Cass in the first week. Well, not with Cass, I went with the predator control team. But predator control, they have 1,600 traps all over the mountain, a ton of traps. And actually, before this program, I would go up the mountain and I would see the traps, and I was just kind of confused by them. I would never see bait or anything. And I was just like, what's going on with this? But then I went with them, and they have like a little tube in the back. They put like fish oil and stuff, so it has like a long-lasting scent. It attracts cats and mongoose, and it's like a snap trap. That's pretty cool. They have road traps, so they drive along the roads and they check traps. And they also have walking lines, especially through the critical habitat where the palila are. If you want to know more about it, ask Joe. He's the expert. Also got to do seed collection. Like I said, we provide all the seeds for the nursery. We sort them by weight, and we also vacuum seal them. So there's like 5-pound bags of mamani that I vacuum sealed. This is also my first week. I got to bounce around a lot my first week and just kind of check out all the different things that they do. We also have like a big seed bank just in case there's a big fire or something that we can spread the seeds and hopefully help out that burn zone. Another big part of the project was nest searching. I thought this was gonna be easy when I first learned about it. I was like, this is duck soup, just look for nests. But this is actually super challenging. Looking for nests all week long, long days. It's pretty exhausting and hard to stay focused. But basically everybody would come together, the predator control restoration crew, even other agencies, and there'd be like over a dozen of us. And we basically set up in a big line, and we walk across the critical habitat where the birds are in transect lines, and we'd look in every tree, and we go back and forth, long loops. We go down one way, come back, and that was a full day. And the next day we'd do it again, and we just keep working down the mountain until we cover the whole area, and basically look in every tree, looking for a nest. And then I also had to learn how to distinguish nests between like native birds and non-native birds, and also like native birds like palila, amakihi, and apapani. Like learn different nests. So this is like an old amakihi nest. The palila nests are a little bit more big and flat with more sticks. But yeah, we also, if it's not an active nest, we have like a black and white ribbon we put out. So next time we come back, we know that it's not active, so we can kind of skip over it faster. If it's an active nest, we put red and white. But if it's an active palila nest, we don't flag it at all because we don't want to attract anything to the trees. Next, mist netting. This one I got to tag along with Cass in my first week. It was super cool, super lucky. I got to go with like this biologist, and we went out to try and catch palila with these mist nets. Normally when they do this netting, they have like a setup station where they set up long nets on poles. But when I went out, we did like targeted netting. So we had like collapsible poles. And we went out, looked for the birds, followed them around, and like seen like areas where they're flying back and forth. That might be good to set up the nets. There's also some tricks to it. You gotta like set it up in the shade so they can't see it as good and stuff. When I first went, I got asked the guy, like, how often did he catch one? And he told me, like, 1 in 5 times. I was like, oh. And he said recently it's been extra hard, so it's like 1 in 10 times. So I wasn't too hopeful, but we actually caught one on my first time going, so that was super cool. Outreach. McFIRP does a lot of outreach with volunteers, and they also do a lot of work days with volunteers. There's some really hammer retired people that are super loyal, and they show up every time. Like Lynn and Keon, they're there pretty much every week working on the mountain. In the past, they did a lot of outplanting with the volunteers, but now they're trying to do more educational stuff, just trying to be more well-rounded. Last week, we had like 11 or 13 volunteers, and we planted thousands of trees. It was super tiring. There's the Hawai'i. As I said before, I was with the restoration crew. We were planting native trees. Right there's a bunch of koa trees. This is at the nursery loading up to go camping for the week at Pumali. We load up like 2 big trucks with trees and the trailer, as much as we can fit. These are all koa trees. There's like 50 koa trees in the tray. So over the summer, while I was there, we planted 3,975 koa trees. The majority of this was at Pumali, but also at Ko'ohe. 3,600 mamani trees. This was up Skyline. And 1,400 ali'i. This was at Ko'ohe. Another job that the restoration crew has is managing invasive plants. So right there is spraying some Cape Ivy. We spray like fountain grass and Cape Ivy. Mostly when it's wet, like right now on that side of the mountain is kind of wet. This Cape Ivy kind of gets out of control. And especially in areas where we just planted and the trees are young, it'll come in strong and like kind of choke out the trees. Another thing we do is survival plots. So like after we plant, we plant like really big areas, but we'll just put like 1 T-post and we take like a rope with a set length, like 30 feet or something. We go a circle around the T-post and we record how much trees we plant in the area. And then we leave the T-post and we come back like a year or 2 later and we'll do the same thing. We'll go with the same length rope and go in a circle and we'll record how much trees are still alive. And then we get it like a kind of before and after, see what we planted and see what actually survived. Going down to skull collecting. This is like Joe and the Predator Control. They like to collect the skulls. They use this to like age and size the cats and just gain more data on them. And the more they learn about them, the better they can manage them and just kind of figure them out. They have a lot of skulls. Joe said they're creeping up on 1,000 cats pretty soon. So like I was explaining earlier, when I went mist netting, I was lucky enough we caught one. And this is the one we caught. It's actually a juvenile palila. So the reason we went out is because they had these little GPS trackers that I'm trying to put on them to learn more about their movement and just their behaviors and just learn more information about them. So it's basically like a little backpack. It has to be like 1/5 of the bird's weight. And the straps kind of like deteriorate pretty quickly. So after a couple weeks, the little tracker will fall off. So it's not like harming the bird too much or just. And then we also put these bands on the birds. So I don't. They have to be like a trained professional to touch these birds. I don't even go near them. But they like have them color coded so you can see male or female. And there's also like federal and state bands. For my hoina, this summer I came in thinking that we're gonna do like, I was either gonna be planting trees or I was gonna be doing predator control. But I learned pretty quickly it's a lot more than that. It's like a lot of small jobs that all build up to a bigger goal of helping out the palila. Things like outplanting, predator control, nest searching, bird monitoring, and education are all crucial parts of this. Also, coming from like a hunting and ranching background, a lot of people with my background don't agree with a lot of the conservation on the mountain. But my goal is just to like help bridge that gap and find ways for both worlds to coexist and benefit each other. And I was also able to share like some of my background and experiences with them. Like my first day at Pumali, I built like a little roping dummy. And I taught all of them how to rope. They're naturals, they're really good. They learn really fast. But that was super fun just showing them how to rope and stuff. And also, the next time I went up, I got to bring my dogs. That was fun, just having them tag along with us. I got to take them hunting. That was like Faith and Michelle's first time hunting, Pono's first time hunting with dogs. So that was cool just to show them that side of it. And then just cooking, like making smoked meat and sausage and stuff. And just like showing that like the ungulates are not necessarily completely bad. They're also like a valuable food source for people. For my hyena, Working with koa all summer, it kind of inspired me to plant more koa around my house and in the pastures. Where I live in Ahuloa, it's a little bit lower elevation. The koa, they grow good when you first plant them, but then they kind of struggle when they get big. So there's like maybe 100 ohia trees to one koa tree. But planting with koa all summer, it inspired me like, you know what? I've been planting hundreds and hundreds. It's not that hard to just plant a couple dozen, and just hopefully they grow. And also learning about propagating seeds and stuff like that. There's like, I was thinking about taking seeds from a few surviving trees in Ahuloa and hopefully propagating them, and they're better adapted for my area. Also, I also got inspired to start a mala for my kora kapono. All summer long, I was bothering this guy because other than just working McFerp, he's also a farmer. And all summer long, I was bugging him about what he grows, what does good, how he does it. And also, every morning, whether we start at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock, I would ask him, what, did you harvest this morning? And most of the time, he'd tell me yes. So this guy would wake up at 3 o'clock with a headlamp and go harvest stuff before work. So it was pretty inspiring. He also gave me a bunch of huli, and I was thinking about bothering this guy. Like, I showed him, I took him hunting and stuff, and now this guy can help me start growing that. And also returning to my areas, my family has ranch, going back to my great-grandmother. My family has actually used to run cattle in Pu'umali, so it's cool just to return to the area. Even if I was doing different work, just like being in the same area that I would hear stories about, like from my grandpa telling me, like before they had trucks and trailers, they would like drive cattle from out there down to Hawai'i at nighttime when it was more cool. Or like my uncle telling me stories of hunting up there and stuff. It was good just to go up there, spend time in camp, and be in the same areas. And also like sending my uncle pictures, asking him questions and stuff, and just like getting more familiarized with the area and spending a bunch of time up there. That was probably my favorite part of the summer. And also going forward into a career path in conservation. It was just a great step to get my foot in the door. Thank you so much to PIPES. It was good to get to know more agencies, have them get to know me, familiarize myself with the work, get an idea of what I wanted to do. My main goal is to have a career in conservation on that side of the island, in the places I grew up in, and hopefully have a positive effect. So it was great to have a good step in the right direction and get an idea of what paths I can take. Well, mahalo to the McFerp crew, especially Michelle, Pono, Faith, and Cass. They're in the back. My mentors, Joe and Kala, the PIPE staff, Vai, Nalu, Kiana, and Hinano. None of this would have happened without you guys. Thank you for all your hard work. We see the hard work every day. The PIPES cohort, thank you all you guys for all the fun and good times. And all the volunteers I met and worked with. And thank you to all my sponsors.
Great job, Kamu. You are a man of such few words, but when you speak, they are impactful. It was amazing to hear all that you got to do this summer. So with that, I hope you stay up there for a minute longer. Do we have any questions from the audience for Kamu?
First off, good job. That was amazing to see everything that you got to do this summer. For the survival plots, do you know like what % of your saplings survive?
Well, the ones I planted, we're not gonna do for like another like 2
Or,
years
like,
probably.
In general, like
In general,
from the past couple years.
it depends on the rain, because we don't water after we plant, because we plant such high numbers in like hard to get areas. So it depends on the rain, but some areas definitely do better than others. Like Ko'ohe, they get a lot more rainfall, so the survival rate is pretty good. I'd probably say like 70%. But in some areas like Skyline is really rough conditions, so it's not as good, but during the rain seasons it's good.
Thank you.
Question in the back for Mama Sharon. Give me 1 minute so the guys online can hear it.
I have 2 questions. Kamu, that was great. Thank you. And to your crew, you have a fan club back here. So first question, really technical. How do you prevent the, like, for the ones that you're out planting, how do you protect them from predation from like goats and sheep and stuff?
Well, all the areas we planted is all like high fenced. So a lot of them, there's like in Pu'umali, there's no sheep at all or goats or anything. So they're pretty good. There's only pigs in there, but they don't really bother them.
Yeah.
On the mountain, they do like helicopter shooting to try to keep the sheep numbers low.
Yeah, cool. Cool, thanks. The bigger question, probably much more hard. What you talked about being that bridge between hunting, ranching, conservation folks. Do you have ideas? What do you think are like when you're thinking about it and working with all these amazing people that so often we try to think that these people are conservation people and these people are hunters, ranchers, whatever, right? And reality here, we all overlap. But do you have ideas?
I think incorporating both to work together is a big step. And also, like, when I go home, I tell, like, my friends or, like, my uncles are going to go fishing and stuff. I tell them where I'm working this summer, and they're like, what? Like, why don't you come work at the slaughterhouse? Like, what are you doing? But everybody's complaining, but it's good. I think it's a good step for, like, somebody to actually go and work and have, like, a voice and input and actually be involved. But I think they're a lot more similar than people think, and that they have a lot more in common than differences, and that they can actually work together. I think that sometimes people feel like very entitled to spaces or feel like they have more of a right to be in spaces than others, but I think it's important just to work together and for the greater good.
One last round of applause for Kamu. Great job. And up next, we have Miss Hawai'i Olukea Publico. Mekekahi paha no olelo Hawai'i.
Hi guys, how are you feeling today? If you're feeling great today, let me hear you say, all right. Okay, wait, I might need to hold this because I'm very short. Or due to federal budget cuts. Aloha mai kako. Hilohana kahi kaua kanile hua a owae kea me keo kaha. Mai na ale po'i o kaipala oa ina muli vai o wailuku a me wailoa. A o hilo ane. Kahi hoi wa'ao ana maka ainana. Hilo pali ku, nana pali ku kie, maluna o ke kai a o hamakua me pepe keo. Ano ai me ke aloha, belina mai kako a aloha. Na leila no ka upahana ua kalele wau maluna o ka pilina ma waina o uka me kai. Kapa ia mai kai ai uka. Bridging pilina from Mauka to Makai. Aua lawe wai kia o lalo kaulana o Mauka to Makai. And I kind of broke it down into like Mayuka Aikai. But if you know me, I am very kai-based girl, right? So I switched it around and decided to put my ike for kai and going up to uka this summer. Because I am in the ala Kaiulu with Imipono no Kaina. And that's why I decided to go with my kai ayuka. Wamaki wai ho'omaka I kia me kai ano olalo ho'omake aka, a dad joke, if you will. Which is kind of ironic because I'm not a dad, as you can see. Or a man for that matter. So it's really just a joke to lighten the mood, not only for everybody here, but for me too, because what I just did was very serious. My ho'olana was unexpected for me. And give me a second. Okay. How does the river stream live her life? She does go with the flow. Hello? Due to federal budget cuts, this is not going to work. But anyways, it's a and that's funny because like the river stream, I like to think that I live my life by going with the flow. I am, like I said before, a very, Kai Base Girly. This is me and my, oh, I can't do this. Wait, give me a second. This is me in my natural element, and if you look really closely at me in the pink hat, I'm wearing goggles, crab goggles to be exact. That wasn't really necessary, but it was just a fun fact. Anyways, yep, that's me. Yeah. Oh. It's really hard because I'm on a computer too. Yeah. Wa microwave kalele maluno kia nino o vai oe. He nino kia I hiki ke no no ia mana ano mana o koa. O ka mana o kumau oia he ho'olauna. Like koino mua a hope. So basically an introduction of who you are. O wao no o vai olu kia publiko. He umikumaiwa umakahiki. Hele au I ke kula nui o Hawai'i mahilo. O Kwai Chang Lau o Karina Publico ko umamakua a o wau kikiki e koluma ka ohana. My name is Vaiolikia Publico. I'm 19 years old. I go to the University of Hawai'i Mahilo. Kwai Chang and Karina Publico are my parents. Watching online, hey. And I am the third child in the family. A ka wahiki pū ke no'ono'o I kia a ho'opili I kia ninau I kahi awe pili ai. He pili na ko'u mena hi'ohi'ona a pau o hilo. Like I said before, like in the beginning, I stated every single mahele nui o Hawai'i, hilo hanakahi, hilo one, a me hilo paliku. No hilo hanakahi mai au, ma ke kauna o pana Eva, ma ka aina ho'opula a o ko ukupuna kane, #homestead. Aia ma kia kaha na halia aloha he nui me ka ohana a me na hoa. He wahine hoi waa wau, no ka hui hoi waa o kia kaha. I leila ma hilo one, ke lala me kia la, e ho maa a he ana wau. Ano hilo paliku mana kaha vai o hamakua e o ko holua ana. Ko umakua kane me kona makua kane ina o pai pola pola. Wa kilo lawa I kia kaha vai olu a kea a malela I kupu mai ka mana'o no ko uinoa. So basically, long story short, I was born and raised here in Hilo, in the mean streets of Panaeva, in the Homestead Aglots. I am a paddler. I've been a paddler for as long as I can remember. I paddle for Keaukaua Canoe Club. And at Hiloane, whether it be practicing or racing or everything in between, Hiloane became like a second home for me. And Hilo Paliku, basically, I was named after a river stream in Hamakua. So, like the joke at the beginning, I'm basically that kahavai, you know what I mean? Ikia kovela wa imi pono wau no ka aina, me la hela kamara. Pea pu me ke hau Nelson Kaula, Lauren Dement, a me Emily Sterling. Ma ia halawai mua wa kaha o la hela I ki'i o ke ano o ka papa manawa Ikia kovela. Papa Manaba is putting it lightly. Oye no ke kumau ole ona hanana me ka loli mau o ia Papa Manaba. Well, ano kanalua ko una au. So basically, like, when we first had that meeting, she basically said, oh, we're going to be going everywhere, so there's not going to be a set schedule. And if you're familiar with Imi Pono no Ka'aina, that statement was very true. I couldn't pinpoint my location to save my life. It was like a Where's Waldo type of situation because my Life 360 must have looked crazy. Bahiana e kokuana wau mena ano pa hana like ole ala koe fo o kumuai. Ona papa hana haumana oe, ona papa hana kumu oe. O ke kanu ana ina mea kanu oe a pela wale aku. E wo hua ka ima ko I na ano wahi like ole, e like me keo ho, kulani, puu waa, pela wale aku. Bahiana, aia na mako mauka no ka hapanui o ke kaubela, e kanu e kilo a e ho maluo ana I ka aina. And I was like, wait, hold up. You're telling me that I'm gonna be nowhere near any body of water. Hello? That's actually so crazy. Waho makovo e no'o no'o. Ho'ohana I ko'u mako kālailai, my critical thinking skills. He wahine pili loa I ke kai, eia nae ke hana nei mauka. Ano leila o kupu mai ke la ni nau. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. Ke la ni nau, pehea e pili ai ka aina I ke kai. You might be thinking, but it's obvious how aina is pili to kai. We have the whole ahupua'a system, which I will talk about later. And you can clearly tell how aina is pili to the kai. You can't have mud without a puddle of water and dirt. But ua makimaki wai kalale makia ni nau oye no upono I me ko'u ike nui no ke kai a ohe no uka. Ua ano mana'o wau, I loko no o ke ahu wale o kia pilina. Ua makimaki wai imi na lali I hoaku. I mea I pili ai ano imi I na a pananane, na puzzle pieces no hoi. O kia pilina mawaino aina me ke kai. E kaupe no I ka hoe a ko mai. He olelo no e au keia e kama aina loa ai I na maka aina na hoi waa. Ku hoe lona keia olelo I na alapa e ho'o mako kau e hoi kalana kila. So basically put forth the paddle and draw it back. It's basically like a preparation for us paddlers when we're in the water to put forth our paddle and draw it back. So basically like ready, set, go. And mamua nae o ke kaupe ana I ka hoe a ko mai. Pono e ho'omaku kau I na mea e oe ai ka holo ana ma ka moana. Pono e ho'o ko I na kule ana a pau mamua o ka huakai ana. Ka ho'oia I na lako ma luna o ka waa me ka ho'oia ana I ka holopono o na mahele a pau o ka waa ma mua o ka waa pa ana. And basically preparing for the journey ahead. Ma ka holo ana o na pule. Or first, let me backtrack. O Three Mountain Alliance ka hui nui o ka lako pahu hopu ke kako o ina pomai kai kaiola o na mauna e kolu. So to sustain the benefits of the multi-ecosystem of our three mauna, kilawea mauna loa a me hualalei. A o imi pono he oihana ho'o na awao I ke kālai mea ola ma lalo o Three Mountain Alliance or TMA. A o ka lako pahu hopu ka ho'i kaika I ka ike maluo or conservation consciousness. Ma ka holo ana o na pule ke kaupe nei au I ko'u hoe ma kia waa imi na awao. Ke holo nei au ma na anopua ka I like ole e ho'o mako kau no ka papahana haumana ko'i loa o ke kauvela. Oia hoi o ka hua pono. He papahana malalo o imi pono no ka aina. He lua pule ka lo'ihi. A walawe mako I na keiki mai ka pai papa e ono I ka umikumalua. O kia o lalo no eo walawe wau mai ka punai wele o TMA. Ina makimaki o koe ike e kipa mai a umahope. I paa pono ka hua a kupu a lau a loa a muo a hua ho a elano. Wahiki ke no'ono'o I kia o lelo o ka hua pono ma e kolu ano o ko'a. No leila ka hua ai ole catalyst, he ho'omaka ana or the beginning. Ai ole he hua he seed that you plant. He ho'omaka o ka mea kanu. Ai ole hiki ke no'ono'o o ka hua he hopena or result. O kia ka olelo like ma'amau, ka hua o ka hana, which basically means like the result of all of our like work. No ke ka hua foundation, ka mea e kukulu ana, a me ka mea e ulu ai na hua or seeds. O pono he ano o lalo malama pono, like take care. No leila pono mako e malama pono I na ano ka hua I mea e kukulu a ulu e na hua. O na kaiaulu a me na keiki a me na hanona ho. Every hua we kanu, every hana that stems from a single manao cannot grow and thrive without a kahua pono. And yeah. Eliki me ka'u, o kia kahua ka'i nui o kahua pono, eia ki kai mau ki'i, o keia ma ka'u pulehu, me lehua, Lauren, a me ke kolike tomich. O kia o wau me ko ke hau kaikamahine o ulua e, ke hilu nei wai kona loho. O kia mako ma ka upulehu e hana ane na apana nane. O kia mako ma kulani ma ka field o na ahina hina. And fun fact, guys, the ahina hina, the pua, smells so good. I was like, whoa, you can make a perfume out of this. But don't do that, because they're very endangered. O kia kiahi o na haumana o Zeke kone inoa. O ka mea ana e ho'opa'ane he ano microscope. So you put it against like a bug or a plant, and it like intensifies it so that you can see it better. Like you can like see the anatomy of it. It was really cool. Eo kamako papa manava, the first and only. Wahele mako I Keoho me KBCC. Wahele mako I Kulani. Wahele mako I Kumuola ma Keokaha. Wahele mako I Pu'uwawa'a a ho'o moe ma leila. O kala hope o kala kupapa hana oia ka poho ike. And basically to ho'ike ike what they did in those 2 weeks. And mai ho'ike ua ho'olana lako ia lako iho. It's kind of like a mini symposium for kids, if you think about it. Kalako ho'olana, kalako hana ma nala alako I huaka'i ai. Ua ho'o kumu o la hela a me ke hau I keia ano pua kuku a liko. I mea e ho'o make it fun, I guess. And you're not just talking about like what you did and like, you know, all the basic stuff. Give me a second. O kapua or highlight. Also backtrack. Eikei mo ki iho aku. Sorry. O kapua or highlight he ano like your favorite moment, I guess. And then kuku or challenge. Oia ko komako like, because kuku is short for ho'o kuku or competition. And because I was told that we can't like complain all the time. So with your kuku, you have your resolution or your ho'oponopono. And basically with your ho'okuku, you have a ho'oponopono I mea e hoe or pukalana kila. So yeah. And then your liko is your growth or something you learned through the papahana or an interesting fact that you found. I kia ka vela o ka mahele nui a ui ka lele ma kia hua ka I nui o ka imi pono no ka aina, oia ka au o lalo Hawai'i. Maia halawai mua u I hui ai mehela hela. Wa haiwa yaya no ka haku ana I na opa'a kaleka no ka u hui hoi wa'a. I mea e oia ka ikaika o ka lalo Hawai'i mana kai ulu. A maia wa aku wa ho'opa'a maua I ka mana'o e ho'okumu I na opa'a kaleka no na haumana e ho'oka oi I ko la kopela a puana ana I ka lalo Hawai'i. And I forgot to bring the physical copies. A ka Ina kaumi oe maluna o keia. I'm gonna call me maluna. O keia na opa'a kaleka in digital form. I live what you keep here and like, oh yeah. No leila lo'a ka puana ana, ka pela ana, a mehiai ano mana'o I hope I like. Yeah. Yeah. Kei ano mana'o e vehe ana I ka hua'olelo. How do I get out of this? There we go. Ua ho'omahua ina kamua ua ho'omohala a ua ho'oka oe ma Canva. Ua pa'i a la Maneka. Kela mikini la Maneka, me and her are besties. We've been through a lot together. Ua ko kia mau opa'a kaleka. Maluna o ne opa'a kaleka e like me ka'u. Aia na hu'olelo mai na olelo ho'olauna. Hanui loko, hanui waho. Me na olia mele mai ka papahana. I mea I hiki ai na haumana ke ho'oma'a mai ka puana ana. Ia mau ho'olelo me ka pololei. I loko o kia papahana e like me ka'u ka pua kuku a liko. Ua makemake wau e ka analike I ka'u pua kuku a liko no kia papahana. O kia I pua or highlight. Ka ike ana I keia pulele hua koa. This koa butterfly. Can I click on it? There she is. She's so cute, right? Ua mana'o wau ma ke kilo ana I kia pulele hua e lele ana mai na kumu koa. Ua mana'o wau, oh, a wau kia pulele hua. Oiei, o ke kumu koa ka'u mea kanu a ue pili ai. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's my spirit animal. Ke kai pua e ae ka hua ka ipu wawa ko kako ho'au moe, our sleepover. It was our first and only. Maia hua kai wa pa'ani mako I kia pa'ani o mafia. Actually, let me go up. Eia mako e pa'ani ana I kia pa'ani o mafia. No leila lo'a keia Queenie, or mo'i, keia ali'i, keia Jack, I guess. Wa lo'a ke kauka, ka mafia, ka detective, a me na maka'ainana or civilians. Wa pa'ani mako I kia me ke ano o na wahia a paua mako I hua ka'i ai, oia kahi, like, ka setting o kia pa'ani. O ka mea nui o kia pa'ani, oia ka imi o wai ka mafia. It was very intense. It got real loud real quick. Because trying to find the mafia with kids, it was intense. There was a lot of yelling. And you can imagine playing mafia. When you have kids playing a game where there's a killer, everybody is like high intensity, right? But we took it as like a lesson for them to like really kalele on every place that they went to, because the settings were the places that we went to. And although there were like killing and like each civilian that died was one step closer for the mafia to win, and that's basically the objective. And yeah, it was a fun game that we played to pass the time when we had time. And yeah. Can I? And then ko upua hope oya ka huakai ma kiaukaha me kumuola. Shout out Matlin. Wa hanama kui kia hali hali ina lepo ma ia lokoia. Like we had to like make a hali hali line and shovel mud out of the fish ponds. It got everywhere. I still feel like it's like on my skin because of how bad it was. I don't have a picture of it, sadly. But yeah, that was like one of my favorite moments. And then ke kuku or challenge. Na ha'avino kana'o. Like I said before, I am very like into the kai, and I was going into this with the like intention of doing kai work, and then come to find out, nope, psych, you're doing uka stuff, girly. Oh, right on. And like I said, because I can't complain, kikahi ano ho'oponopono or like resolution that I thought of was this saying go get them. That's what I was telling myself every single huaka'i we went on, to just, you know, go in with the intention to do good and, you know, hanama ka'aina, and, you know, really put my all into everything that we did. And it kind of worked. It helped. No ka'uliko or growth. Wahiki a'u ke ike I kia mau mea kanu a mea ola a pau. Some of them I didn't even know existed. And building that pilina me ka'aina, as well as my lovely mentors over there, and really getting into the whole ini pono no ka'aina aspect. And so this right here is the pua of the ahina hina. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. It's very pretty. The picture doesn't do it justice because it's way more red in person. This is the akala berry. It kind of looks like a raspberry, right? That's because it kind of is. And this is our hapu'upulu. This is my favorite picture. It's really great. I hope you guys like it. Oh, hello. There we go. Okia keimo kahuli, or tree snails. They're just vibing, yapping to each other. I wonder what they talk about. And then this is our olapa. And this is one of our rare meakanu. And come to find out, this is one of my mentors, Lauren. This is her favorite meakanu. It's really pretty. I think I'm going to say that for all of the meakanu just because it's true. They're all really pretty. Ha'ina mai kafuana, guys. Home stretch. Woohoo! I swear, guys, I'm so sorry for all of this craziness. That is me. But anyways, ho'i kamole. Bahia Anake Hannah Springer, aka Anake Hamale, aka Auntie Hammer. Hehea keia e hea kalahui I mea e ho'omo popoi e a ho'okui ho I na pilina me na kahua o ko pikou. Ko ohana, ko aina, ko mo'oku oho, a ko mau waiwai i'o. Ikia kovela uho makuvo me ka ike no kai. Like, seriously, guys. I started this with no like knowledge on aina and uka. Everything that I've learned, or everything that I've learned prior to this, has been just like what I learned at Papumala at my school, Navihio Kalanio Pu'u. Eia na'e. Makaholo ana o kamanaba o na huaka'i oe, o ka ho'okumu ani na papahana oe, o ke kanu ana oe, a wa o nui wau e pili ana I ka aina. I'm happy to report, wa ko keia pahuhopu nui a imipona no ka aina. They converted a kai girl to an uka girl. Woo! My kia va will puna ia ka uni no mua, pehe pili ka aina ike kai. And like I said before, you guys might be thinking, well, the ahupua'a system is a clear indication of the pilina between aina and kai. And you're right. It is. O ka pane ahuvale ka onai hana ahupua'a. And ina kilo oe I kia ki I kaulana o ka ahupua'a, hiki ke ike. Hiki ke ike I la kaha vai ma vaina konu e hele ana mai uka ai kai. And let me zoom out. Oh, this is way better. Okay, kule ana nui o na kaha vai o ia ka hali ana. I ka hapa nui o ka vai a me na mahua o la a pau e pono ai mai ka aina I ke kai. Waho aku o ke la, excuse you. Ua makimaki imi ina lali'i e ae o keia pilina mawaina o aina me kai. A o ka lali'i e lua o ia na wa'a koa. Ma ka waka hiko o ke koa kala au ma'a mau e ho'ohana ia e ka pili ina wa'a a me na hoi. And just imagine, guys, this. Ooh, gets turned into this. Ooh, Well, Mike e lawe kia o lalo mai ka pu'u I ka wa'a. So ka pu'u, or the hill, he kuhoi lona no uka, ka launa hele, ka wa'a kua, ka mole o ka la'au. See what I did there? Ka mole. Ka vai na mea kanu me ka pili uhane. No ka wa'a, or kanu, he kuhoi lona no ka huakai, or the journey. Ka holomua a me ia pilina me ke kai. A ole hiki ke ola o kai me ka ole o uka. O ka lali'i e kolu, oia ho'i ka pilina ma waina o ka ua me ka limu. You might be thinking, huh? What pilina does ua and limu have? You might be surprised because ma waina o kia mo mea e lua, oia ho'i ka vai a me ke kai. Give me a second. Ua flows from uka to the kai, right? Connecting all ecosystems. Limu lives in the kai, but depends on clean vai, especially for estuaries and fish ponds. Together, ua and limu are reminders of the sacred relationship between the elements and how water is life, vai is life, whether falling from the sky or swaying in the sea. O ka lali'i e ha oia ke kuleana, o ho'opu'ulu ia, o ho'opu'ulu wau, I kia ma e kolu ano mahele, oia ho'i ka maluo, or conserve. Malama, preserve. Ame ho'ala, restore. Aiole CPR for short. And that's funny because CPR is a method used by lifeguards and medical people to restart somebody's heart and to revive somebody. Whether you are deep in the forest or deeper in the ocean, we all have that sense of kuleana to bring our aina and our kai to life. See what I did there? O ka mea hope, stay with me, guys. I swear I'm almost done. O ka lali'i hope, he lali'i pilikino, me keia ike ka hua no kai me ka ike hou, I au ia I kia ka wela no uka, e lawe wau I kia ike I mauai ia na awao no na haunana ho e hiki mai ana. Me kia o lalo na eo e lawe I kia au a e malama, a e oe mau ka na awao. Well, mana'o wau, ma ia ki'i o ka ahupua me ke kahawai, o wau ia kahawai, o iai o wau ka uapo, o ia pilina ma waina o ke kai me ka aina, o iai walawe wai ka uike no kai, awalabebo iuka, ma kela holo ana, or going with the flow. Ualabebo I ka'u ike ho no uka a kelabenebo I ka'u mo kaiu lumakai. And just think, guys, this is the same person. Different ecosystems, but that same smile. Trading my Uncrustables, Gatorade, and waterproof phone case for 2 dibbles with, I think that's a'ali'i, yeah. Yeah, planting a'ali'i and koa and mamane and maile too. Really showing how far I think I've come ikia kovela, personally. Okia ni nau hope, ina a ole o wau o vai. Basically saying, if not me to bring this ike that I've learned and sharing it, e lawe kia o ai malama, then who? And throughout this summer, our cohort members can attest to this. If not us to restore our aina, then who? Because the aina is not gonna wait for us, guys. And so, ina a ole o wau o vai. O vai, o vai. Shout out Kiana for that joke. And last, but certainly not least, shout out to all of PIPES, Nalu, Kiana, Vai, and all of my cohort members. Well, makikavo elavi kia olalo no eo. It started off as a joke between my pukolu, but we move as a collective and with purpose. So, because it started off as a joke, because we're always late to places, and we never, we're always late, and it may not seem that way, that we move with purpose and as a collective, but technically we do, because even though we're late together as a collective. And we move with that one single purpose, or kuleana, to restore our aina and to give back to our kaiaulu. And I'm gonna be honest, guys, at the starting of this, I didn't know what PIPES was. PIPES, never heard of her. But I forgot to mention this earlier. Ke'imine voi kalai pua makapa'oi hana. And if you're not familiar, wait for it. Drum roll, please. I am a business major, so that means this is very left field for me. I was thrown so far out of my comfort zone, and everybody's thinking to me when I say that I'm a business major in PIPES, they're like, how did you even get into this? I was like, you know what, great question, because I was, not knowing what PIPES was. I wasn't in the conservation arena. I'm not a marine science major. I'm not an agriculture major. I'm not any major containing any aina-based things. So one day after math class of all classes, right, I was walking past this big bulletin board, and there it was, a flyer for Pacific Internship Program for Exploring Sciences, aka PIPES. And I was thinking to myself, oh my God, that looks so cool. And it's paid too? Woohoo! Even better. But throughout the summer, I think I really grew as a person through PIPES, because now I like conservation work. I always have, but now I'm more in it. And with the format of Imipono no Ka'aina, one of my puas is this huaka'i ma keaukaha, which is our first sleepover, our first overnighter. And that was the first time we actually got to come together as a cohort and really grow that pilina between each other, and as well as the aina, because we went on that ka'i and talked about every place name and the space that we were in. And we played cards, we talked story, we had kanikapila sessions, and it was really just a great vibe. A cool or a challenge that I faced throughout this internship, besides the physical aspect, which is the huaka'i waipi'o, that ka'i was so long, guys. Am I right? I know I'm right. And and it was really hot. But again, because I am not complaining, the way I resolved it was I drank a lot of water with inuvai, and I was thinking to myself that whole time, you got it, girl. Couple more steps, you got it, girl. And in my head, I sounded crazy because, I'm talking to myself. Who does that? But that's how I pass the time. And then another cool would be that paper and this story map, actually, because, ironic, isn't it? A business major doesn't like to write, right? I know you guys don't think I'm funny, but I think I'm funny, so I'm laughing. But that whole process, if you're not familiar, we have to write a paper that correlates with our story map. And with all of the pep talks with Lahela and Kiana, I really got to, get into the whole paper writing and story mapping. And because I'm a Olelo Hawai'i intern, it kind of was easier because I had to write it all in Olelo Hawai'i. So, yeah. And then a liko or growth spurt that happened, which is crazy because I'm still short, would be that conference in Oahu. It was the last huaka'i of our papahana, and I realized that I am a bird nerd, and I was explaining certain things about the birds while I was at the talks and the booths that they had bird stuff at. I was explaining it to my friends that was with me, and I was like, oh my gosh, I know all of this stuff. That's so cool. And yeah, really shout out to you guys. You guys are the best. This is my favorite summer ever. Pipi holo ka'au for now. And huge mahalo to all of my funders, PIPES, UH Hilo, Kipuka, Imipono, Ha'oli Moloa Foundation. Mahalo ya oko pakahia pau for coming with me on this kahawai and going with the flow of my presentation. Mahalo.
Pa'i lima, ho'omai ka'i ya oi e wai olu kea, ua nui na mea au I ho'i ke mai ama kou, e ia na e ua halaka manawa, so ina kupua e ke kahini nau, ma ke ia anaina, hiki ke nina aku iaia ma hope aku, ma ka wā ho'omaha. We're running a little late on time today, so if anyone has questions for Wai Olu Kea, you can find her during the break. But up next, we have Miss Leinalu Inessa, our far point on the map, who spent most of her summer on Kauai with Namako Onauna. Show us why you're so far away from the rest of the hui sometimes.
O Oahu ka moku puni, o Ko'olauloa ka moku o Kaipapa'u kia hupua'a, o Ari Leilo ke lani Kirishima ka wahine, o Ivan Nacha o la manu Inessa ke kane. No pulaua a hanau ia au. O Mikaila Leinalu mahina o Liliko Myrna Emmeline Tilau Moana Inessa. Na ukeia kuaha o la kahalo a ku'u o hana. Ola. Aloha guys. My name is Leinalu, and today I'll be presenting my project called PEVA, which is focused on trying to build a tool to better understand O'opu across the Pai'aina, and is also why I'm the random dot on our PIPES map. Let's see, where am I? Once again, if you haven't heard, my name is Leinalu. I'm a third-year PIPES intern, meaning that this is my third time presenting, and it's probably the hardest time, I bet. I was born and raised on Kaipapa'u, Oahu, and have been living in Waiakea for the past 3 years, while attending UH Hilo to pursue a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture with a concentration in aquaculture. A couple years ago, I was able to go to Kauai to help film a music video with my music mentor, Kihei Nahale'a. And I was lucky enough that this very trip is what led to take part in a week-long internship with my current mentor, Pelika Andrade, who is the executive director of Namako Nauna. 1 week with Auntie is all I needed to open my eyes to the possibility of the conservation world, and was low-key when my O'opu obsession started. Since that very trip, I've never left Auntie's side and have been with Namako Nauna for the past 4 years, but through PIPES, I've had the opportunity to formally be their intern with them for the past 2. If you haven't caught on yet, Namako Nauna is my host organization, which is a nonprofit who is currently based out of Kauai, and its purpose is to provide culturally grounded educational programs and partnerships that support the overall health of our communities mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. Our research is focused on understanding the drivers of production in our systems, which started in our intertidal zones highlighting Opihi, shifting into stream work focusing on our native gobies, or my O'opu friends, and is now transitioning into studying our navigable river sections. I've been able to support them in their stream research and now have become a part of their team, expanding into the navigables. Let's see if they play. Anyways, if this plays. These are my friends. Much like I said before, in the past couple years, I've been able to support them in some of their stream work. We noticed that certain o'opu are more likely to be present in specific flow niches, which may also be elevation dependent. Even though we could identify some commonality between flow type, elevation, and flow type, elevation, and presence, we've still been trying to understand how water quality, specifically dissolved oxygen, temperature, conductivity, and salinity might influence their presence or absence. A big challenge we've constantly ran into was getting reliable salinity readings. We never had a device that could measure seamlessly between fresh, brackish, and salt water without having to recalibrate from parts per million to parts per thousand, which if you don't know is a really big jump. As well as accurately measure the depth which these samples or data were being pulled at. This became a major limitation when trying to understand how our salinity fluctuates within our navigable rivers. Much like I said before, Namako Nauna's research is focused on understanding drivers of productivity within our systems. To do that, we've been using o'opu, or like I said before, our native freshwater gobies as our target species to see if their presence or absence is impacted by certain water quality conditions, in my case, salinity. Damn. So, why salinity? As I've been learning, our navigable rivers create at least 3 different and distinct water habitats: fresh, brackish, and salt. So a reliable tool that could read salinity across fresh, brackish, and salt was quickly becoming our priority, which is why I've spent the past 2 summers focusing on developing a reliable salinity measuring tool that can capture these jumps between parts per million and parts per thousand. Starting last summer, my mentor and I started exploring on how our friends have been behaving in Lokoi'a by having talk story sessions with our hoa across the Pai'aina who work in these places. At the same time, we began our salinity testing, mainly using a YSI DSI Pro in a navigable section of Hanalei River. This is when our need for our reliable salinity measuring tool started to become apparent, because it didn't work with us when we were doing our salinity readings. Now, much like a few other interns who have mentioned before, I was also chosen to be a mo'o'aina, which is a program that which is a PIPES program that allows an intern to prolong their summer research throughout the school year. During that time, I tested a prototype I built out of a PVC pipe right here with a siphon pump down at Hui Ho'olei Maluo's pond in Keaukaha, which allowed me to troubleshoot and tweak that first prototype. And now, summer 25. Some goals that we had this summer was to build a tool to measure salinity in relation to depth, to test said tool in multiple navigable rivers and begin building a foundation of a depth-based salinity profile, as well as run biosurveys while making observation while in our navigables. Methods that we'd be using this summer would be doing swim surveys in 20-meter-long transects and using a Namaka hybridized model that was based off of a model developed by Uncle Skippy Howe, a DAR aquatic biologist on Maui. Besides the swim surveys, we'd also be utilizing our newly made tool, as well as record our data based on our salinity gradient datasheet, which noted salinity in correlation to depth of the sample that was pulled at. And we also pulled preliminary water quality testing at water quality data at transects. We're ahead of schedule. Hold on. Pretend like you guys don't see this. Fast forward to this summer. We finished our prototype. And it's a lot bigger than this. But this is just the most important part. Both my mentor and I were stoked with how reliable it was. Our prototype materials consisted of Home Depot PVC cut pre-cut PVC pipe, a 300 centimeter labeled tape, which as you can see right here, a kitchen syringe, a male and female screw-on adapters. This is one of them. This is the female. The male one is here. I don't know if you can see. As well as eyelets, C-clamps, and a roll of paracord. Okay, yay, it's playing. So here's a video of us using the tool out in the field. But just so I'm clear, this tool, meaning the PVC contraption itself, doesn't read salinity on its own. The tool is what allows us to pull water at certain depths and pull that sample from a specific depth. And then we use a refractometer, which is a tool that we use to read salinity in that area, which then we are able to record and put it into our data sheet. And we would do this for the whole water column. So water column meaning the surface to the bottom of the riverbed. Which leads us to our swim and bio surveys that we also conducted this summer. Jumping into the river to record the present species and size of o'opu alongside of other species that we also took note of, while also making general observations of what we were seeing in the water, like where they were sitting, kind of how they were behaving. This helped us paint a fuller picture of how salinity might influence the presence or absence of these species, as well as, if present, where they are found within our navigable sections. And speaking of swim bio surveys, we actually were able to hop in post-tsunami and kind of check out what was happening in our rivers. Here's a video of when we were down in Wai'oli post-tsunami, like literally the next day. And you can see visually how strong the current is pulling in the river mouth. And you can see Uncle. What was cool is that day we saw so much hinana, or baby o'opu, that we couldn't identify, as well as plenty baby aholehole. On that day, we were also able to pull some salinity data, and it was cool to see how much mixing was happening just in the river mouth. Besides Wai'oli, we were also able to hop in Hanalei River and go much further back in the navigable portion instead of just being by the river mouth. And boy, were we surprised with what our refractometer was telling us. You're probably thinking, what could a refractometer be saying that could surprise us? Well, the answer to that is nothing. Meaning that our refractometer was reading zeros, meaning that the samples I was pulling were pure fresh water. Now, why is this surprising? We were pulling zeros for the whole water column, meaning that it wasn't just on the surface where we might have expected it to be, but the whole water column of like 2 meters were pure fresh water. In places that we would normally see 3 layers of water, both fresh or all fresh, brackish, and salt water. Safe to say, we left Hanalei that day super confused. You're also probably thinking, or not, does this girl have a life outside of rivers and o'opu? And to answer your question, yes, I do. Sadly, I can't breathe underwater and hang out with my friends for more than a couple minutes, and also tend to get cold after 30 minutes of being in the river. But because of this, I'm able to make so much more friends on land, as well as help participate in some cool things too. Some cool things that I did this summer was actually go up to Ahua Umi on this moku and participate. It was a super cool experience and would totally recommend if you get the chance. Just say yes. Within the past month of July, I've also been able to support my mentor in hosting our Maori Ohana, while also prepping and cooking for a keiki fishing tournament called the Kamali'i Challenge, in which we fed close to 1,200 people. And this was our crew. Now back to rivers. We were able to test the tool in Wai'oli, Hanalei, and Kalihiwai this summer, and we're really happy with the data, and it helped us to begin to grasp how salinity might be behaving in our navigable rivers. We started consistently seeing 3 distinct layers in our navigables: a freshwater layer at the top, a brackish or a mixing layer in the middle, as well as a saltwater layer at the bottom. By seeing a consistent pattern, but we're still learning, we've been able to notice, wrong computer. We've been able to notice that the freshwater layer depth tends to stay fairly constant from the first rapid elevation change till the river mouth, meaning where like a navigable portion is kind of like a bigger portion of the river, it's closer to the river mouth and it'll go up, and by navigable, I mean like places where boats can kind of float over, not like walking depth. Sometimes it can be, but for the most part, it's as deep for a boat to kind of drive through. But our freshwater layer stayed pretty super constant, give or take a couple centimeters despite tide. Our mixing layer width might depend on the river mouth, which is another thing we also notice, but will also generally stay fairly constant, much like our freshwater layer. Much like I said before, we've been noticing the formation of river mouth could strongly influence mixing. For example, an S-shaped river mouth, which is literally an S shape, could possibly mean less mixing or less tidal influence. While a wide or straight mouth, meaning no curves, just straight, could potentially mean, and we've been seeing it more, a heavy mixing or more tidal influence, as well as saltwater presence is heavily influenced by the riverbed topography, meaning if you're measuring in a 2 meter deep water column, if the mixing layer and the freshwater layer take up both 1 meter and 1 meter, the presence of saltwater won't be as heavy as if you were measuring in a 3 meter water column, if that makes sense. If not, we can talk stories after. Now we're starting to look at to see if because of these 3 layers, it made us question how do these habitats act as potential corridors for our aquatic life? Just as land corridors help terrestrial animals move safely between habitats and elevations, do our navigables offer that to our marine or estuarine species? As well as, are these different layers offering habitat, or are they just the roadways for our aquatic life? And to add on to that question, what can or do these layers carry in terms of habitat? Again, we still don't know anything for sure, but we're finally trying to get a grasp and beginning to get a grasp of what's happening in these systems. And last stretch. Some things that we were able to gain by the end of this summer was our reliable tool that was accurate and consistent to measure in relation to depth. Our preliminary data showing that these layers are consistent, but can have some changes depending on information of the river mouth. And much like I mentioned many, many times, we definitely have way more questions now than when we first started. We're only now just beginning to have a broad understanding of what's happening in our navigable systems. And last but not least, mahalo, mahalo, mahalo to all the people who sponsor me, as well as Auntie Pilika, my friends, my family, the Mako Nauna Ohana, my O'opu fans, as well as all the places that I was able to spend time with. Mahalo.
Pa'i pa'i lima for Miss Lane Nalu. We have time for one single question. Does anyone have one really good question for Miss Lane Nalu?
Oh,
Becky.
Wait, hold on.
Good job, Lenalu.
Thank you.
You also said in the beginning you used the YSI.
Mm-hmm.
So why did you guys choose the refractometer over the YSI?
You know, I never had any problems with the refractometer. I had a bad history, or not a bad history, but the last 2 times I tried to use a YSI in the river, it wasn't so nice to me. And we've had a lot more problems compared to using a refractometer, which has been a lot more consistent.
Can we get one more round of applause for Miss Lane Nalu? Ho'omai ka'inui. Amazing to see the continuation of work that our mo'oainas do and come back as returnees and contribute to the cohorts. And with that, we are behind schedule, but we're gonna take a 5-minute bio break. 5 minutes. Interns need to be back in by 10:55, and after that, we'll get started with Mana's presentation. Mahalo. As soon as all of the interns get settled, we can get started with Miss Mana, taking us to Hamakua and the ahupua of Koholalele. Take it away, Mana.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Mana Akiyama, and today I will be talking to you about Noho Papa Hamakua, a botanical survey of the remaining native species in Koholalele Uka. So to start us off, I was born in Honomu and raised between Hilo, Paliku, and Hamakua. Growing up off-grid on a farm, I didn't really have a choice if I wanted to be immersed in Aina or not. It was just part of my life. But I'm really grateful for this because from a young age, it instilled a sense of loyalty and kuleana to serve the places that have nourished me and shaped me into who I am today. And I'm pretty sure this has pushed me to pursue my degree in geography and environmental studies. And prior to this internship, I was working for the Natural Area Reserve Systems for a couple years as a student hire, growing native plants. And that experience was integral to who I am today, but respectfully, I was left feeling like something was missing from that. And I'm honored to say this summer I got placed with Hui Malama Ikeala Ulili, and they are an amazing organization. This is all of us with our high school interns and everyone that's a part of the Hui. So Huimau was formed in 2011 and became an official nonprofit in 2015. It was formed by Noeau Peralta and Ohana of Hamakua Hikina. So I thought about rewording this, but it's amazing. So our mission is to reestablish the systems that sustain our community through place-based educational initiatives and Aina-centered practices that cultivate abundance, regenerate responsibilities, and promote collective health and well-being. In doing so, we are empowered to continue on the pathways and traditions of our kupuna and establish new pathways for the present and future pono of our Aina and Ohana of Hamakua. And I included their vision statement as well. And for recap, Noho Papa means to dwell in one place for generations, and that is very much the goal of Hui Mau. And I highlighted this sentence at the bottom, regenerating and maintaining the systems that feed us physically, intellectually, and spiritually, because these words really capture my summer. So a little background, they wear many different hats. This was the first seed planted by Huimau, Malama Aina, Koholalele, and this is where they have a lot of their educational activities, which I had the honor to be a part of this summer. There were some high school groups and some elementary groups, and this is Kamaha Ulu o Koholalele, one of their largest ulu forests that they're trying to grow to feed their community. And here I did mulching, watering, harvesting, and removing guinea grass. And Kahua Ho'ama was formed after COVID because they realized that they wanted to grow more food to feed their community, so they expanded by having this 5-acre plot. And this also acts as a living library of Mai'a varieties and Ulu varieties. And I got to try, one of the highlights of the summer was when Wailea and Eliana came and we did a Mai'a workshop, and we got to try over 5 varieties of Mai'a. That was very delicious. And this is where I spent most of my summer outside of the project, Kalu'olono. So this place, you get chicken skin upon arrival. It's very, very special and old, and there are agricultural sites with remnant features and walls. And here we worked to rebuild some of the walls and remove native species, and we did a lot of revealing of Aina, also known as weed whacking. So here are just some pics of the summer revealing the Aina and Mai'a, Racks, Gang, Gulch Life, some really beautiful lei we got to make, and Mai'a cross-section. So Hamakua is I'm biased because I love it so much, but I think it's the best moku. And it encompasses the summits of Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa, and it borders all 4 of the other islands moku. Five other moku. And here are some olelo that capture the landscape, and my favorite is Hamakua Ika Waka Waka, irregular or rough, and this just, I feel irregular and rough, so I feel like this olelo no ea really captures it. And another one is Hamakua Ike Ala Ulili, which is captured in Huimau's name. Ala Ulili is steep trails, and they see that as the trail to restoration is steep and rough, but we all want to do it, and we're all going to do it together. So there are 136 ahupua'a in Hamakua, and Kohola Lele is absolutely one of the most significant of them. It was and is a pu'uhonua, for a sanctuary for the akua, making it kapu, serving as refuge for times of war and those who violated the kapu. So the name Kohola Lele captures the humpback whales that pass through during the winter, and I really love this picture of Dylan. He was just looking out into the ocean with the Kohola shirt, and he really captured that name. So just a little bit more on the ahupua'a of Kohola Lele. As you can see, the moku, and then Hamakua, and then the ahupua'a, and this is one of my favorite images. This we call the Koa'ekea perspective of Kohola Lele. Shout out No'eau for this image map. So this summer, if you couldn't tell, Huimau does a lot, and I did a lot. And originally, I didn't want to do a research project. I just wanted to do a story map that really brought together all of the experiences that I had with them. But all of that changed when we went up Uka to their newly acquired land. We were walking around and saw a lot of native species. And a little background in this area. So it's 1,000 acres that starts from the highway and goes up to about 2,400 feet. And this aina is in the Vau Ma'ukele, and it's also part of the Vau Akua, and it is characterized by dense rainforests, including abundant groves of ohia, kopiko, koleolau nui, and hapu'u. So some history of this aina. In 1883, the first sugar company was bought out, and this plantation spanned 6 miles long and 3 miles across, the widest point. And they cleared out thousands of acres of aina, resulting in a regime shift. And that just means the landscape was changed to a point that we think that it can't return to, but I argue that is not true. So this is one of my favorite parts of the entire story map. So these two images are 12 years apart. And if you pay attention to this left corner, this is where the surveys were conducted. And you will be able to see how much was cleared in just 12 years. So watching, and boom, just completely wiped. Just everything cut down. And you can see the gulches act as kipuka for native species, and this section right here, and this section right here is part of the Hilo Forest Reserve. So we were able to include these areas that had some really old growth in them, but for the most part, as you can see, it was just completely erased. And now this is a more current picture. So since the end of the sugarcane plantation in 1994, this aina has had a chance to heal. And I love this picture because you have the guinea grass, but above that you have these koa, some which have been there for a really long time, and just koa of all different stages coming back and showing everyone that they survived and they're here to start over and take it back. So in our huaka'i, where we went up Uka with my lovely crew that's all back there, we saw all these native species, and this sparked the question, who else is here? Who else remains? And so this started the beginning of my research project of being voluntold by Bronson to use my native botany eyes to help them figure out what's there. And this is one of the first mile we found in that corner. So to start us off, I just created a master list of the native species based on prior botanical surveys, and there was one survey, or it was an environmental assessment that said nothing significant exists in Koholalele, which is crazy and shows you the power of being bought out to do a survey for a company. And yeah, that was insane. So I just compiled this master list, and we did 4 surveys that had about 5 transects each, except for one because we just hit a wall of guinea grass. And each transect was 50 meters long and spaced apart by 200 meters. And we used a tape measure to define so we could see what area we were looking at. And I just took note of every native species that was within 3 meters of each side of the tape measure. And I really just focused on endemic species along with a couple indigenous ferns, because that's what I was interested in, and the forest was predominantly non-native to begin with. So the first survey we did was in Lepelau Gulch. Wish that could zoom out a little bit. So as you can see, this was the corner of that first image I showed you where the land was cleared. And then the second one was Leleha Gulch. And to get to this gulch, we had to cross through these areas. And on that way, we saw these other 2 gulches, Gulch 3 and Gulch 4, which we are still learning the names of. And we decided to come back and survey those because they had a lot of ohia trees and a lot of areas that we felt there would be some good finds. And it was really fascinating how in this short distance, there's so many pockets and almost islands of different plant communities. So Gulch 3, Gulch 4. This is some kupuna. So this is one of the first ohia trees we found, which is definitely a couple hundred years old. And then there's Bronson pulling our tape. And this was one of the largest kukui trees I've ever seen. And then another kupuna, koa, definitely a couple hundred years old as well. So what we found a total of, I didn't add it, but we found a total of 258 individual species comprised of 9 endemic species and 3 indigenous species. And this is just a master list of what we found. And this is a total species richness. Oh no, I had another graph that had the relative abundance of things. Sorry, it's not there. Becky, I swear to God, I did it. It was there. So as you can see, there was ohia and kopiko are the reigning species of these forests, which is a really good sign because they are canopy trees. So it was really relieving to see them still alive. And I was hoping to see more Koleolau nui, but we only saw a couple. But I feel like there's more out there. We just got to get back out there and look a little bit more. And yeah, the kopiko was really interesting. And this picture captures so everything you're seeing in this is non-native. And there's this one kopiko just glowing like, yeah, I'm here, I'm survived, and what? And he's a beacon of hope. So during our surveys, the first one, I was super locked into the plants, and I wasn't really paying attention to anything else. But on our second survey, we had just hiked through a sea of guinea grass, and I don't know if anyone's hiked through a sea of guinea grass, but you have to disconnect your body and mind. It's a really good form of meditation. So we were like, whoa, we popped out of this forest, and we were in this eucalyptus forest that had kopiko trees in it, and we stopped to take a water break, and I flipped over a leaf and found Elasmias luaka hens. So this is an endemic microsnail. And after we found this one, we proceeded to turn over all the leaves, and they were everywhere. There were hundreds of them. At first we thought it was just kopiko, but then we quickly realized they were over non-native species as well, including guaivi and coffee. They loved coffee, which kopiko and coffee are in the same family, so that kind of makes sense. And we also found Tornatellidae species. So I only have the genus in this one because kahuli are pretty difficult to ID, and the first one I ID'd with the help of Bobby Kamara and my friends at Bishop Museum. And this one we're not quite sure, but it's likely that it's also native, but I wanted to include it. And this is another Tornatellidae species. I put a little droplet of water on him to see him come out, because that's how they move around when the leaves are wet. And if you're not familiar, kahuli have been evolving alongside native forests for millions of years, and they graze on the microfilm of leaves and help clear those surfaces so the leaves can photosynthesize more efficiently. They're also very significant culturally as well. So I love this picture because they're snuggling, and it also shows that there are definitely two species. At first, I wasn't sure. I thought maybe they were in different stages of development, but as you can see, there's a different number of whorls on both of these guys. So that's really cool. And then on our final survey, we ventured into the gulches with the entire crew, except Ali'i, which, oh, you were there in spirit. And that was absolutely a highlight. Just being there with everyone was very special, and having their eyes, could not have found the things we did without all of your eyes together. And it was kind of a dream for me, because they were just coming up and being like, look at this, and I just got to be the person to say things, so that was really cool. And we found this native spider called rugothoids, and I call this the little spiky chocolate kiss spider. And it's really cool. This is in the same family as the happy face spider, and still under-researched. We're still learning a lot about this one. And then this is a undescribed species of Tetragnatha, and this Tetragnatha is the largest radiation of native spiders, so that's really cool. And Nudilla, native crickets. If you didn't know, we have an amazing array of endemic crickets, also very large radiation. So this guy, they're up there and they're singing. And this is a native moth, Mistobolos. So everything within this genus is endemic. So coming back, we found the plants are there. They're there and they're growing and they're dropping seeds, and the seeds are growing as well. And this is crazy considering there are ungulates on our surveys. We saw sheep, rams, wild dog, I think maybe some goats as well. So despite all of that, they continue to exist. And this survey was really just the beginning for Huimau, because they just got this land and they have still a lot of unexplored aina. And so I'm happy to be part of the beginning of creating a methodology for surveying and just finding some preliminary results of who is there. And yeah, this really highlights the importance of surveying, because we don't know who's there until we get out and look. And usually there's tons of guys there. And as we learned from Rosemary's presentation, these species are bioindicators of the forest health. And so they're really important to know who's around and why. And this is another rugothoids species, by the way. Personal conclusions. So in the beginning, I mentioned I was looking for something, and what I was looking for was this. I was looking for Huimau and aina and having alternative ways to interact with aina. And as I said, my na'au feels very nourished, and I have a further understanding of just what it means to be in Kaia'ulu and perpetuate and cultivate abundance. So this was one of the quotes of the summer from No'eau: restoration begins with ceremony. This is what I was looking for. I was looking for ceremony, I was looking for spirituality, and proof that we can interact and restore aina and be a part of it, and it's not just this thing we're conserving. And yeah, shout out No'eau, one of the most quotable guys I've ever met. So the discovery of these native spiders has raised many, many questions for us, like who else is out there? What is their relationship to their host plant species and their distributions? And with the kahuli, I'm curious if we can take samples of the plants that they're on to look at what microbes are present on the surface of leaves, and just getting a better idea of like how they've survived so many attempts of erasure. And this is another rugothoids. He's so cute. Shout out Ryan and EE for finding this. So yeah, as I mentioned, these are my remaining questions. What microbes are present in the phylosphere? What are their interactions? What are their distributions? And the answer to these questions are really important to form future management plans for this really special area. And on a personal note, this experience kind of, as you guys, I don't know if you can tell, but I love critters. And this further pushed that love and this upcoming semester, I'm looking for ways to continue this research and knowing more about them so that I can educate other people and protect them. Mahalo. Mahalo.
Great job, Mana.
I wanted to thank the PIPES staff, Vi, Kiana, Nalu, Revlin, Sharon, even though you're there but you're not there, thank you for everything you do. And everyone at Hui Mao, Ryan, Ali'i, Ii, Dylan, Kealaula, Kainoa, thank you guys for accepting me and being nice to me this summer. It was really, really fun and unforgettable experience. I also wanted to thank Auntie Lei and her ohana for hosting us down in Waipio, and Uakoko Chong and Bronson for hosting us in Waipio as well. And thank you, Hamakua, thank you, Kahuli. And this is, I'm ending with this quote, E noho me ka ha'a, or live with humility. This is what Liloa said to his son Umi 18 generations ago in like the early 1500s, late 1400s. And that is it. Thank you. Thank you, sponsors.
Great job. Any questions from our in-person audience for Mana? Other insect peeps, I know you guys have questions.
Ooh.
Can you say the question one more time?
She wanted to know the lifespan of a kahuli, and I do not know the answer to that question, if I'm being completely honest, but that is a good question. Thank you. Couple decades? Okay. Oh, wait, I think the longest one lived for like wasn't he like 80 years or something? Yes, so long time.
Great job, Mana, and I hope to see more surveys done in the future. Up next, we have Miss Ina Perry, who was paired with Gina McGuire in Mapping Ola, taking us out to Kaimu Kalapana.
Aloha pumehana ka kou, mai lono nui a kea a hiki ka moku kua au o holani ku. O ke ali'i ka ho'one Ina Perry ko uinoa, no hilo hanakahi lawa o Waikahe iki mai au, he haumana makahiki e lua au mai ke kula nui o Hawai'i ma hilo. Ai au ma ia kula no ka me kia kālai kai a me ka olelo Hawai'i. O ke o kaha ku'u one hanau, o ke ia ku'u pahana o pehea oe e kalapana, mai mauka a hiki ma kai. No ola a kako e palapala Ina. I've been a PIPES intern in the Ina pathway this summer, working with Gina McGuire. I was fortunate enough to intern with the Mapping Ola project in Kalapana in the Moku of Puna. From Mele and Mo'olelo, Hawaii to the famous fragrance of these forests, Puna Paya Ala I Kahala. Kalapana is famously a cultural kipuka or refuge, and through this project, the team worked to assess its coastal health ranging from the national park, Kaho'olea, to the boundary of Keokea. The Mapping Ola project started when my mentor, Gina McGuire, returned to Kalapana for her research on coastal health. This ongoing assessment is meant to reestablish understanding of our coasts from relational, physical, and spiritual components. The project looks at Ola, health and life, through a Mauka to Makai lens, from limu in the ocean to declining hala forests. The main outcomes of this project include The main outcomes of this project include the coastal health report of the Mapping Ola project efforts and the weaving of the second panel of a set of Pe'a Lohala. The coastal health assessment will be shared with the Ohana o Kalapana so that they have a bird's eye view of the current conditions. This will help by providing a resource to look back on and navigate future conditions and restoration efforts. Here I have some visuals to share. This is a kumuhala in Kahawale'a. These are the cliffs of Kikala-Keokea, where the Noi'o birds nest. The landscape is rocky and it's hot, but the water's nice to look at. Trust me when I say the splash zone is a lot closer than you think. The swell changes fast. Keep a safe distance. Anyway, here you can see down at Kaimu, the kai may be rough, but the life is abundant. Coming into PIPES, my hope for this summer was to give back meaningfully to the communities of Mokuo Keawe. I wanted to develop and hone my current skills to help build something real, something that could withstand time and be of use to future generations, which is kind of where the question, what kind of kupuna do you want to be, comes into play, as well as my role in the Aina pathway. Knowing that I would gain a life-changing experience that would build character and help me in my long-term career pushed me to commit to being a part of the program. As part of the PIPES program journey, we have been taught to use the ka'au process to weave together our story this summer, which is a framework for transformation. I connect it often to the hero's journey because that's where I first learned of this ki'i, or imagery, very common in mo'olelo Hawai'i and whatnot. In the ka'au process, there is a hua, ha'alele, huaka'i, ho'ina, and ha'ina. All of this come together to create your transformation, a lesson or a journey. It provides a space to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. This summer, with the Mapping Ola project, we aim to foster pilina and data reciprocity within the Kalapana community by tracking the health of its coastal environment. The data collected by the Mapping Ola team over these summers fit into 4 mahele. The vegetation surveys, which documents percent coverage, abundance of plant species in a transect square on the coastal cliffs of Kikala-Keokea, accompanying the presence or absence of limu kala, limu surveys that were taken at Pu'ilima in Kaimu, and the exercise of huli'ia, which is the Oiwi method of observing seasonal changes and shifts in a specific wahi. This can help us better organize our collection of data and map out ways to support an ever-changing environment like Kalapana. Here you can see our huli'ia of the Pu'ilima tide pools over 2 seasons. We're gonna scroll down here really quick. Boy. Which I will show at the end, which are Kauvela and Ho'oilo, because it didn't load. And then we also set out to outplant canoe and native tree species such as hala, ho, niu, and milo, which we can see here, hala, ho, niu, and milo. This is for future weaving of pe'a lohala, traditional canoe sails, which many aspects, while many aspects of wa'a culture have been revitalized, woven pe'a are still rare. I was excited to learn that I'd be spending my summer planting both literal and metaphorical seeds for the future. So during my initial days in Kalapana, I familiarized myself with our 4 main sites. We have Kahawale'a, Kalapana, Kaimu, Pu'ilima, and Hale'ula, which are the tide pools. And then also Kikala and Keokea, which is mostly like rocky cliffs. My focus began with learning proper methods for monitoring coastal forest health. This included conducting surveys to assess plant coverage within designated quadrants, spaced 100 meters apart, each with 3 quadrants. On the cliffside, common plants found in the area of Kikala-Keokea include naupaka, noni, and mau'u akiaki. Other native species like Akia, Alahe'e, and the endangered endemic Hilo bunchgrass were also found at this site. Along the way, we meticulously documented findings and connections in our kilo logs. These efforts are crucial for reestablishing cultural forests integral to practices like Ulana Pe'a Lauhala. Additionally, I immersed myself in weaving a section of the Pe'a Canoe Sail, a Pe'a Lauhala panel to support the Nakua Foundation's Na Pe'a program. These panels, standing 18 inches tall and crafted from quarter-inch low strips at a 45-degree angle, represent a revival of traditional Hawaiian sail practices, which waned after Western influences introduced cloth sails and modern rigging. And then I'm going to be really fast and show you guys what we're looking at here. Just a reminder, I am 5'3". This thing is almost taller than I am. So, one olelo no eao that captures the spirit of this restoration is Ka'ulu la'au makai, the fleets at sea. This phrase paints us a picture of the canoes out at sea, with their many pe'a standing tall in the breeze. It invites us to imagine what it means to restore cultural reciprocity, to see our sails not just as tools of travel, but as symbols of thriving coastal forests and living tradition. Through the Pe'a Lauhala, we are replanting our trees and guiding the waters back to the sea. The concept of coastal health is deeply tied to the community around it, the environment it's cared for in, and how its people interact with the Aina. After witnessing firsthand how the Kalapana lava flows have impacted Ohana and their relationship with their wahi, I understand now more than ever that you can't look at intertidal spaces or coastal plant communities in isolation. The presence of mo'olelo and inoa tied to these places is proof of how vital people were to these wahipana. It was a symbiotic relationship. Both the land and the people nourished and sustained one another. It is our kuleana to see it to the future and malama our wahi, because without that connection, the waters grow stagnant, the flow is disrupted, and without the knowledge once passed down, the ability to care for these places fades out of our reach. On a lighter note, that doesn't mean the knowledge is lost to time. As long as people care and are willing to fight to remain on and with the Aina, we can slowly rebuild our pilina each day we spend there. Using Inoa Wahipana and Mo'olelo helped me a lot personally with this, because I got to gain a new understanding of this place from the people who had cared for it. I saw this clearly during my time with the Keli'i Ho'omalu Ohana. Their stewardship of the land and the way they open their space to the community is incredibly inspiring. I've been lucky to spend time with them in their gardens, picking mangoes, and simply being present in their home. Getting the chance to visit these unique places and learn about their environments is a surreal experience, one that few people ever have. Even small discoveries like spotting a leho or recognizing the familiar outline of limukala remind us how connected our island truly is. From Waiuli to Kalapana, these coastal elements link us across place and time. On the left, you can see images of 2 Mauka sites where we collected our plant keiki. Down here, we're over here now. Specifically, Milo and Hala. Next, you'll find a brief glimpse into the limu preservation process at UH, led by Dr. Carla McDermott. Under the microscope, you can even spot a baby brittle star, which we found during our tide pool sampling and returned home the next day. He's good, no worries. But long story short, by uncovering how Kalapana thrived in the past, we can better care for it today and help nourish its future. Some of the challenges we faced on the Makai side were related to our limu collection. In an effort to monitor these coastal resources, we surveyed the limu populations at Pu'ilima in the Ahupua'a of Kaimu. When paired with vegetation surveys, these limukala assessments help us better understand limukala habitats along a geologically young and diverse coastline. Most commonly found on mid-aged lava flows between 200 to 400 years old, these coastlines are mostly gently sloped. Despite 2 early morning attempts during low tide, the surf remained rough, which proved to be a real challenge. This highlights how certain resources like limu can sometimes be inaccessible to kupuna in Kalapana due to natural environmental changes. A key takeaway from these early morning low tide efforts was the successful collection of 36 different limu species over 2 days at the Hale'ula and Pu'ilima sites. Among these were 5 native species previously undocumented at the site. This brings the total number of limu species observed at Pu'ilima to 53, with no non-native or invasive species recorded. All collected specimens were identified at the University of Hawaii at Hilo and preserved in an herbarium, contributing another year of long-term limu data for Kaimu. The goal of this effort is to better understand a baseline for the intertidal community at Pu'ilima and to allow us to track long-term changes. I was deeply engaged with Kalapana over my internship weeks, forging a newfound connection to a place I hadn't previously considered my own. Reflecting on this, I realized how much I've grown both personally and professionally. The experience taught me invaluable lessons in resilience, adaptability, and the importance of approaching challenges with aloha. One of the ways I found to connect to Kalapana had been through the mele and mo'olelo. In a line of the song Mokuhulu, there's a description of the ala lipua at Kaimu, which is supposed to hold a strong fragrance similar to that of mango. As of now, no lipua was identified in any of our sites. In Mo'olelo, this same black sand beach is celebrated for its surf. Often so well recognized, it was popular from the Po'e Maka'ainana to the many visiting ali'i. Along those lines, I think about the Mo'olelo of Kalapana that I found as I was investigating sources for the community report. Its role in identifying inoa and how these places shared connections was a really exciting find. Each of these resources are puzzle pieces that provide us a semblance of the big picture for a Kalapana our kupuna knew, loved, and cared for. A good reminder that our Ike Kupuna provide the original baseline for our monitoring data sets. I learned many skills during my time in Kalapana. The experience really solidified my limu ID skills and pushed me to deepen my understanding of the plants tied to each vahipana. Weaving the pe'alohala panels and getting the chance to teach others how it's done was gratifying and felt like a full circle moment after just learning myself a handful of weeks ago. It shifted how I think about traditional weaving. The patience, effort, and mana it takes to finish even a small section made me realize just how much went into creating the vast sails that our kupuna used every day. I learned through conversations with mentors and peers to emphasize how cultural identity and science are one in the same, so to speak. By bridging academia with cultural knowledge, we can help reshape STEM spaces for Po'e Hawaii by Po'e Hawaii. This project and the report is just one of many methods we can use to strengthen these connections. The importance of knowing our Aina and its needs reflects us as a people, and I really hope to see more of this work in the future in other spaces. Also, please stay tuned for the soon-to-be-released community report titled Ola no Kalapana, where you can explore all our findings from these past summers, from the hana of Gina McGuire, Minnie, Keli'i Ho'omalu Holtz, Maya Biegler, Ina Perry, and Kaihukai Going, wherever you guys are. Thank you so much. And also, mahalo for all the opportunities and resources to aid this project. I wanted to thank the University of Hawaii, the PIPES crew and associates for making it happen, Kipuka, the Hau'oli Mauloa Foundation, and especially the Mapping Ola Project, and Kaimu Kalapana Ohana for hosting our research. Mahalo, you guys. Do we have any questions?
Questions for Aina.
Aina, you did so great.
Thank
I
you.
love. I had one question. On the different sites that you visited, which one seemed to touch you in the most way? Like, which one stood out to you the most, and why?
This is the dangerous answer, but it was Pu'ilima and Hale'ula, because of the way that the shifts occur, I guess I would say, like the tides and stuff. And it's such a interesting environment. To find abundance of life there was really very special, like invertebrates and stuff. Like it really reminded me the connection between, I guess, Makai and Mauka, because I did a lot of Mauka work this summer. So it was really nice to see that like it all thrives, it's all connected, and there's all kauna between it. Yeah, good question. Thank you, Madeline.
Can we get one last round of applause for Miss Aina Perry? Ohe oe emaku'u. Up next, we have Kili Pohe, returning pipes intern, Mo'o Aina intern, and Maku'u Hama.
Well, bam. Okay. Hello. My name is Kili Pohe Ventura. I come from Puna, Hawaii. Yes, I am a PIPES intern who was placed in the Na'au pathway, meaning that all that research, data, is not going to be in this project. So I'm also a Mo'o'aina intern, meaning that I never finished this project. I'm still doing it for about over a year now. Thanks, guys. I got partnered with Owaku'u Kekahua. They are a nonprofit organization that's been feeding my family directly for many, many years now, probably before I was even born. But yeah, they were established in 2019. They're just simply continuing the work of their founders, the Maku'u Farmers Hawaiian Homestead Association that began in 1997. And they've pretty much just been bridging the gaps and addressing the needs of our Kaiulu. I think something special about this summer was the theme was very much raising the next generation. So our mentors kind of took pretty much all the Puna interns in and raised what we call the next Nopua Mai Ole. Shout out to my Pahoa peeps, if you know. So yeah, back to this nonprofit organization. It's a Ohana ran organization. And as I said, I've been with them for about over a year now. So this summer was about stepping up and becoming that supportive pillar to my mentors, meaning helping them make decisions for our community. And that's pretty big, you know, like I get to tell them what to do. But yeah, shout out to my mentors, Lauae, Melekahana Kekahuna, two sisters whose roots run deep in Puna, and they've been supplying the needs of our community for many, 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 many years now. A part of our, this is where we spend most of our time, in the Mala, AKA Mala Ho'olu'ike. It's a outdoor classroom that we have families, Haumana, use to reconnect and engage with the Aina. We partnered up with many schools around the east side, and they use this to engage their students and really get that hands in the Aina type of work, because it's very important for our keiki to be able to connect to Aina as they sprout. But something really cool I love about our mala is the mentality we use. We call it the use what get mentality. It's pretty simple. We're just using what there is, because sometimes it's better to stop and look around and just use what your home/Aina provides. So if you look good in this picture, there's iron roofing that you probably think is scraps. A'ole. That is a mala bed. If you have a random tub lying around, it's not random anymore, it's a mala bed. If you look good, this is right here is actually a bathtub. So if there's a will, there's a way. And then something that puts us on the map is our Maku'u Farmers Market from 7:30 to 2. Stop by, say hi, just gotta pay the $2 to come in. But we advocate for making our spaces very accessible to the public because we want them to be able to thrive and develop because we're all about creating a sustainable puna. So yeah, come stop by, say hi. My bosses also would like me to point out that there is a no pets allowed sign. And it's not because we don't like animals, it's just genuinely awkward to tell people to like put their dogs away. So yeah, make it easy for us and don't bring your pets. But all of this work is, we're allowed to do all of this work because our kupuna built such a strong foundation for us. And we're just simply building and expanding on it. But also we want to make sure that that firm foundation is still firm for when we pass it on to our next generations. So that's what we were doing this summer. But we didn't know what we were gonna do this summer at first. Our vision was a little hazy with like what we wanted to see. So we decided to take the first 2 weeks to reconnect into our aina, meaning that we visited places that once fed our kupuna, places that aren't quite there right now because we do live in an aina that is always changing. But that doesn't mean that bond is broken, you know? It's there, but that pilina is still there. So yeah, after reconnecting, actually before reconnecting, we were questioned, we were asked a very, very deep question in the beginning of this internship, which was, how do you listen to Aina? And we decided to take this question and pretty much bring it along with us as we journey throughout this 11-week internship. And normally when you think of the question, how do you listen to Aina? Duh, with your ears. But because I am in the Na'au pathway, we decided to challenge ourselves and listen to Aina with our Na'au, which, yes, sounds crazy, but it works, because eventually that led Aina speaking through us. I had like a whole spill in my head just now, but I forgot it. But yeah, when we have Aina speak through us, we kind of create that reciprocal relationship with us and Aina, and then that's how we see our Aina flourish. But once again, all the work that we are doing is raising the next generations, whether that be the next generation in plants or the next generation in Aloha Aina warriors. We want to make sure we target that direct audience. Moving on to my huaka'i. So yes, after the reconnecting, visiting these spaces, the vision soon became clearer on what we wanted to do. We originally knew we wanted to expand our mala, but we didn't know how we wanted to do that. So we shifted our perspectives, and once again, we wanted our na'au to guide us when tackling this project. And through these benefits, we want to target a different side of our kaiulu. For many years now, we've been working very hard. I've only been here for 1 year. They've been working very hard at feeding our community and really tackling the mea'ai aspect when it comes to supplying those needs. This year, because we're so pa'a in that type of work, we want to shift our focus and target different audience of our kaiulu. And lo and behold, we are all lei makers here. So we made a lei garden, so we thought. But I think something very beautiful about working in this aina I've been in is that we encourage people to work rather than just sit around and have time pass. We encourage people to pick up a tool that you wouldn't necessarily see yourself using, because those uncomfortable spaces is where we grow. This is a safe place. Maku'u is a safe place, I promise. It's a safe place where you can make mistakes. You know, it's really hard to make a mistake in Maku'u because most of the work we are doing is eradicating. So like the worst you can do is eradicate the wrong plant, but that's okay. Life goes on. But yeah. But I think it's very important for you to be able to establish this type of relationship in the space that you're working in, because this is how you find out who you are in your very own story and in the aina. And who wouldn't want that? But this leads us into the techniques we use. As we know, Puna is a area where our foundation is solid rock. And to anybody outside of Puna, you're probably like, oh my gosh, how do you make a mala there? You can't even dig the dirt. You're right. But our kupuna were so smart, and they shifted their perspective. And instead of building in our aina, they decided to build on top of our aina, which then leads us into this technique called pu'epu'e. Pu'epu'e is pretty much where you just collect all the leaf litter or the fallen leaves, and then you pile it on top of each other and then allow that to decompose. And eventually, over time, it'll create a very nutrient-rich type of soil that is very suitable for a mala. And then going off of that, that theme of building on top of aina, we also do the modern things. We host hydroponic and aquaponic, they host hydroponic and aquaponic workshops. And what this does is it kind of weaves modern and traditional techniques that will eventually lead us into a more adaptable type of puna. And this is what me and Mele have been working on all summer. We've been working very hard on clearing this spot of our mala, which we named Puna. But don't get confused, because the hilo side of our mala is not called hilo. It's called mala ho'olu'ike. But yes, we've been working hard on clearing this area of our mala, and we had to take a step back because we were very ambitious when we came into the summer. We're like, we're gonna see the flowers bloom by the end of the summer. We're gonna make a lei by the end of the summer. We're gonna give everybody leis by the end of the summer. No, because plants do not grow that fast. So we shifted our perspective, and we decided that our kuleana is to prep the aina for the future growth. And luckily, this part of our mala is going to be kind of used as another outdoor classroom this upcoming school year, where students are going to be able to learn about our native Hawaiian florals. So that's pretty cool. But that's all because Maku'u is really a place where you foster growth. You know, as I said, this project has been led and shaped by many various types of leaders, and we want to keep this project continuing. And in order for us to continue this project, we have to make sure we malama our keiki as well as our kupuna, because that's where our stories come from. But overall, we love our kaiaulu. We've served about 2,000 program participants. We served from ages really small baby time to kupuna time. And we were able to distribute or harvest 200 pounds of plants, as well as distribute 175 pounds of produce into our kaiaulu. And what that kind of does is it creates a reciprocal relationship with us and our kaiaulu. And you know, people come and do the work in our aina, and then you get rewarded by taking home some of your hard work. But yes, let's ho'i. One of the most valuable lessons I've learned this summer was how multifunctional our mea kanu are with each other. It's very nice to see such a thriving system where our mea kanus take care of each other without us even asking for it. And with this type of perspective, it also teaches us to be multifunctional too, because each and every one of us serve a different function in this big story. It's the fact that you need to find your function. Period. But yeah, throughout this whole process, it really did change my perspective. I say that a lot. It changed the way I show up to these spaces rather than just getting ready to get down and dirty and work. I take a moment, I step back, I listen, I ask the questions, and then I remember that our kuleana is not about productivity. It's more about creating that relationship with your aina, for this case, my home. And the aina has become such a great teacher to us this summer. It reminds us over and over again of how important it is to not just grow our plants, but to grow ourselves as well. Because Yeah, that's very important, guys. Thanks. But I just like to give a big mahalo nui. This is a video, guys. It's like a KHON type video, but like it might not play. But I just like to give a big mahalo nui to my Hama mentors back there, you know. Thank you so much for accepting me into your family, even though we're like family already. But yeah, I had the best summer ever. Guys, I'm so sad it's gonna end. I'd also like to give a big thanks to my Pipes Hammers out there. You know who you are. I feel like this summer, we all pushed each other to really connect with our Aina, which made this project a little more easier for me to put together. And then I'd like to thank my sponsors out there. Mahalo nui.
Ho'omai ka'i e kili pohe. I do have a question. So you talked about finding function for the mea kanus. I'd like to reframe that on you. And what is your function at Maku'u now being a returnee?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. As I said, you know, they want my input nowadays. So making those hard decisions, no, they're not really hard. I'm not the front man, and I don't think I want to be the front man yet. So my function was really to just support the decisions my mentors make. And that'll eventually like teach me how to make those tough decisions. But yeah, I'm just a supportive pillar. Mahalo.
The kāko'o is important. Do we have any other questions for Kili Pohe?
It's not really a question, but I wanna bring out something that you should share. But this past week we got to take the interns, or to put interns to Kauai, and it was during the tsunami. And we had no contact whatsoever to remind anybody or just to let them know that we're safe. But in talking about functions and na'au, I wanted you to share your experience there during that time and how Puna became a real strong supportive kokua to Limahuli.
Oh. Yes, well, Limahuli was a very strong supporter to us. Thank you for housing us. I think, okay, I said this before, but Puna is a pretty resilient community, and I'm not saying we know how to act in natural disasters, but we do know how to be there for each other. And when we were in Kauai, lo and behold, a natural disaster followed us. So we just really sprung into action and kind of became a resilient community in a different community. I mean, how more resilient can you get? But yeah, we're just kokua, having people park. I didn't even know where to park, but I was just like, yeah, go. And then we cooked dinner for the community, set up tables, brought out blankets, which was very funny because like this was my very first time ever being at Limahuli Garden. So I had no idea where everything was, but it's all about adaptability. Period. Thank you.
And with that mic drop, one last round of applause for Kili Pohe. And up next, we have Kekahi Pahana Olelo Hawai'i Hoaku Okia Kohope on a Pahana Olelo Hawai'i with Mr. Ho'ola Roback, who was our very first intern doing a collaborative project between KS Kahuku Ranch and the National Park Service Kahuku Unit as well. Oia no. Ma kaukau ane oi e ke hoa?
Ale. Ha'alulu no. I hope this is updated. Okay. Ano ai kāko e na pua Hawai'i nei. Mai ka waiho ulua palehemo a hiki aku I ka waihuna ka pau. Aloha. O ao o haolo so I o kepa, rollback, he kupa au no ke ahupua au kahuku ka'u, ma ka mokupuni o Hawai'i. He aina e noho I ka mālie. I kia kauwela he hu'e a'o ma kia ahupa o ka huku. A ua piha I hola me ka haoli no kia wā kupono e hana ma ko'u aina hanau. He wā lea no keia I ka a'o ia ana mai I na mea hou e ko'u mau kumu, ko'u mau mentors o James, Kau, Neftalia Flate, o Caleb Hook. Kala mai. Ai ka hui ma NPS. Ai kia kauwela aia wau ma ka ala na au. E pai iau e pau lele I ka na au e alika iau. He kukui ia I ka pō. I ka ho'omaka ana o kia hu'e a'o ana, ua koe mai iau ke kahi mea o Kiana Davis, e ho'ohana I ka olelo Hawai'i no ka ho'ike hope loa. Ma mua ua ho'ole aku. Aka I ka no'o mau ana I ka waiwai o ka olelo Hawai'i, ua lilo I hola I ka mana'o, ale hiki iau ke ho'ole aku. No ka mea o ka olelo Hawai'i ka olelo o kia aina. Oiai, no ka aina kia hu'e a'o, a no ka aina no ho'i kia ho'ike, e aho au e olelo Hawai'i. Ua pā mai ka leo o ka aina, a ua ka hea oia, mai iau e hana pei nei I kia kauwela. He leo ho'okahi kea, oia ho'i ka leo o ka aina. Okay, a laila, o ko'u hua. I kia manawa e ho'omaka au I ko'u ho'ike. Ka mea mua o ko'u mau hua, oi ho'i o ko'u mau kupuna. He aloha wale no ko'u mau kupuna. Lana nui ka mana'o, me ka ha'a I ka ha'aheo o lako. E ho'omahana hana ia keia no ko'u mau kupuna. Aka I ko'u mana'o, ho'omaka na mea o pau me ka aina. O ka aina ke kohua, ka hua e ho'okumu ana ia kāko, a oia ka mea e ho'opili iau I ka aina, a ina kupuna. O ka aina ke kupuna, o na kupuna ka aina. Aka ke kahi mea nui o ko'u mau hua, pau ole, oia ho'i o ko'u ohana. O ko'u ohana, na mea e paipai iau, onipa'a iau, kāko iau I na mea a pau. Ho'oi kaika ia au I ka hali'a aloha e lako. No laila he mahalo nui kia no ko'u ohana. Aia kia mau ki'i ma Punalu'u. He mahalo nui no ko'u mau makua. I kia kauwela, ua pa'a ko'u mau maka I na mo'olelo o ka huku. No laila I ke manawa, mamake au e ha'i iki I ke kahi mo'olelo o ka huku. O kia mo'olelo I pili ana I ke kahi ali'i mai ka wakahiko. O kia ali'i I kia mo'olelo oia ho'i o ka huku nui a hale ea. No laila, o ka huku nui a hale ea ke kahi ali'i ma ka huku. I ke kahi la ua kipa mai o ka miki a maki ole I ka'u. A ka na'e ua ku'ia laua e ka huku nui a hale ea I ko laua ma'alo ana. O ka huku nui a hale ea he mea loiloi akamai nane. No laila, ua nane aku, ua nane mai lako I nā nane I mea e ma'alo I ka huku. Aka I ka huku nui o hala ea ho'okano ua pepehi ia, ua lilo I hola noia I ke kahi pu'u ma ka huku. O ka ino o kia pu'u oia ho'i o pu'u o ka huku. O kia ka pu'u. I kia mo'olelo ke kahi, ua pepehi ia o kāna wahine o Ahukini, kā laua kaikomahine o Moli Lele. Ke ia mo'olelo ke kahi e vehe ai I ka hi'ohiona o ka aina o ka u a na mo'okua hau o ka u. O kia ka mo'okua hau o ka ukunui a hala ea, o ahukini, o wai ahukini ke kahi kakai I iho o ka ahupua o ka uku. O kia ka wahi I papehi ia o ahukini. A ka lawa kaikamahine o moli. O moli lele ka inoa ke kahi pohaku ma luna o kia pali ma kahi o wai ahukini. Kia mau inoa e ae he wahi kaulana ma ka u a he mo'olelo no kia inoa e ae. A ole kia ka mo'olelo holo o ko'a e pili ana I ka ukunui a hala ea. A ka I nā hoi mau o ko hiki ke kamaili o pume ia uma hope. Kia manawa moa ke au e ka'a puni palapala aina pu me ia'u. Ina wahi ma kia internship kauwela o u. Ma ka au e ae o ka hana lima I ka aina, o kia ka ke'ena o ka CRM, o kia ka ke'ena I kukuli ia I ka papahana a o u a ka noi I ka huku ana. A ke kahi ke'ena o u ma ka huku, o kia ka ke'ena e noi I ka huku a kukuli ia I ka papahana a o. I ka makahiki e lua kaukani a me ka e kolu o loa I ka National Park. Na eka, kala mai. I 116,000 mau eka no ke kala 22 million. Ho'okumi ia ke ka Ahupua'a Management Unit o Hawai'i Volcanoes National Park. I ka makahiki, ma ka ao e ae me ka kula o ka mea. I ka makahiki e lua kaukani a me ka iwa ka lua, kumalua. Ua loa I ka kula o ka mea I 657 mau eka o ka wahi hanai pipi o ka uku. Me ka pahuhopu e ho'o mau popo hou I ka ko'i o kia aina no Hawai'i, a ka ho'ohana o kia aina I kia la na ka mahuahua ana o ka huku I ke au. O Puhue ke kahi wahi kaulana ma ka huku, ua iho pine au I kia kahakai me ka hui ma National Park. Ua kokua wau I ka hana ia ne'i, I ka LiDAR a me ka photogrammetry. He mea hou no'u, ka he mea ko'i I ka vehe ano o ka aina, a ka haku ana I ke kahi palapala aina. Alihiki ke ike, yeah. E vehe ana au I ka mana'o o ka LiDAR ma hope. Ke kahi wahi ko'i mai kia kauwela oiho I ka kaupapa, o kia ka oinai hana mahi ai I koi mau mai ka waka iko. Ha'alele. Kala mai. Yeah, okay, never mind. E nā I mea ho'o mākaukau ai no kia kauwela, ai no he mau mea e hana ai mamua. Oi ho'i ka waiho ana I nā mea kanalua I mea holomua a apo mai I ka ike. Ua ho'o mākaukau no ho'i wau I ka ho'i kaika ana I ko'u mau noi I au. A I kia ho'o mākaukau ana e ho'o pili au I ka aina o ka u. Huakai. O kia ke kauwela mua lo I ka huipu ia ana e lua oihana o ko'a, e PIPES, no ke hu'e a'o. Na'u ka mea I hana ai ke hana pu me National Park a ke kula o ka mea. I ke la a me ke ia pule kuapo wau I ka hana ana me NPS a me KS. I ke kauwela ua kau ia ma luna o u ke kuli ana o ke kukulu ana I ka papahana o e pili ana I ka huku. Na ka National Park a me ka kula o ka mea ke a papahana a'o. No ka a'o ana e nā po'e e kipa I laila. Oiai he hana pa'akiki, ua hau'oli no au I ka hana ana me ke ho'ona au ana e pili I ka ua aina hanau. Ua huli au I nā mo'au kala mai ka wahiki ko a hiki I kia au. So no laila I ka ho'ea ana o ka po'e Hawai'i I ka hiki I kia au. O ka'u po'ahu hopu nui o ia ka haku ana I kahi papahana a o kupuno no ka huku. Ho'ohana ia ki ia e ka National Park a me ka kula Kamehameha I kāla ko ho'ona au ana. I nā hui e kipa mai I kia mau wahi a me nā hanauna e hiki mai ana. Oh, yeah. This didn't update. Anyways, o ko'u papahana a'o ma ka story map kekahi. I keia ho'omaka au I ka ho'okama'aina ana, ka ho'olauna ana I keia wahi o ka huku. A laila ka ho'e, na mo'olelo o ka huku. A laila ka ho'e ana, ka wā mamua o ka ho'e ana, ka po'e haole, hiki ka inoa wahi. Laila ka wā ma hope o ka ho'e ana o ka po'e haole, ka wā o na paniolo, a pela aku a hiki ke ala. He mea nui keia. Yeah. Ma ka a'o I ka hana me ka National Park, ua hana au I nā mea hou, kahi mai a ho o I a'o mai ai. Au o ia ho'i ka lidar, ua ho'ohana ia ka lidar no ke kaha ana I ka aina, ma ka o papa ma pohua kekahi. Ua kokua ia ke ia I ka ho'omaupopo ana I nā kumu mala o ka wā kahiko o ka'u. Ua hana mākou I kia e ki'i ai I ka aina Palapala Virtual o nā hale I kukula ia ma ka o papa a me pohua kekahi. I kia ia hana hiki ke ike I ka nui loa kia wahi I ke ika maka ole a ka na e maka lolo wila. He Palapala Aina 3D ke ia. Au he ki'i no ke ia ma kia story map, but ua waiho ma ko'u story map. Ka hana photogrammetry ua ho'ohana ke kahi wau. Ua ho'ohana au I ka photogrammetry, he mea like no ka lidar, eia na e nana pono ka photogrammetry I nā apana o ke la a me kia ana o ke kukulu ana. I ka hana o ka photogrammetry, pa'i ki'i mau ki'i, a laila e hui na ki'i a pau, I mea e haku I ke kahi ki'i 3D. Kala mai. Lo'ihi ke ia ho'ike. Ke kahi hana me ka National Park o ia ho'i ka hana archaeology, ma ko au papa ua hana au I ka hana kala huli au o na oina hana aina mahi ai. He mau mea I kukuli ia, a ka hapu nui o kia ma lalo o ka mau'u, a ka hapu nui I luku ia, e nā pipi I maumaki ki aku nei. A ka ina eli oi I lalo o ka mau'u a hiki ka lepo, e ike oi I nā mea koi na kahiko. Ua huli au I nā makau, nā imu, nā iwi a pelea aku, e na e I kia hana hiki ke mopo po ka nui o ka oinai hana a ka nohona ma kia wahi. Ma kahi o ka imu, he mau opala a I kia, e mapopo I hola I nā mea ai ma'a o no po'e Hawai'i. Ma ka'u, no'u he mea kupai naha no, ike au ka hapu nui o ko ike o ko ka mea ai ma'a o ko umau kupuna a ka I ka ike pono ana I kia, he mea kupai naha, he mea hoi no'u. O kia ka opala a, kia ka imu I lalo ka lepo, mea hoi. Ma ka au e a'e I ka hana me ka kula o Kamehameha ma ka aina pauahi. Ua kokua wau I nā hui I kipa ai I laila. He mau hui I kipa I laila no ka ho'ona au ana. He mau hui papahana kuhi. Ke kahi hui papahana kuhi I kipa I laila o ia ho'i ka hui o na puano e au. Ua kipa lako I ka huku no ho'okahi pule. No laila ua kokua wau I ke hui I ka alaka'i ana I nā huaka'i, I ka ha'i mo'olelo ana, e pili ana I ka huku, a ka'u, ka hana no e au. Yeah, he wā le'a kia o ko'u kauwela. Kekahi hui kipa I laila o ho'i ka hui o PIPES. He no ka pule ho'omākaukau ana, ai. He wā le'a piha me ka mahalo no ka noho ana I laila a ka ho'olohe ana I nā kupuna ana mo'olelo. I kea kauwela ua kokua au I ka uhuki ana I ka eka kipa e lua kaha. O keia mu e ai ka mau'u a hiki ka make ana o ka mau'u. No laila I nā ho'olaha ia kia mu e pau ia ka wahi hanai pipi. No laila he pilikia nui kia. Kea, kekahi mau ki'i o kia hana. Kau I ka hai me ka 20 feet ma waena o kekahi hai e a'e. Laila, eli I ka mau'u a hiki ka lepo a imi no keia mu. Noho keia mu ma ka mau'u. Hai. Okay. O ka huku he wahi hanai pipi mau, no laila, ua kokua wau I ka malama ana o kia wahi, ua kokua au I ka ne'e ana o nā pipi, a ka ho'opa'a ana o nā pā, ua oki mau u kekahi a ua malama au I nā hale ma ka huku. He mau hana pau ole ma ne'i no laila, ua hau'oli no au no ka kokua ana ia ko'u mentor o James I kea mau hana. Yeah. Ua waiho ke kahiki ia, ka ale ke kahiki ma ne'i. Okay, whatever. He huaka'i poina ole no kia kauwela, ua mahua au I nā mea a pau, nā ike, nā pilina, a ka maupopo ana o ka aina o ka huku. He mau hoa pili hou, he pilina mahalo no nā hui ma ka National Park a ke kula o ka mea. Ai, oia, wale. I ko mana'o, olo o ka'u I kākoa pau, o kea ke kumu o ka po'e Hawai'i I ka ho'ea ana mai ia ne'i, ua hanau ia ka mo'o me hiu Hawai'i ma ka'u. No laila, mamake au e ho'i I ka'u kekahi la malama I ka aina, ke kaiaulu a nā hanauna e hiki mai ana. O ka'u pahu hopu oia ho'i e ola mau o ka'u I kona mana oiloa. Kahi mea he mahalo nui kia no ko'u mau mentors o James Akau, Tali, and Caleb. A mahalo I ka hui ma PIPES, na mea a pau. Okay, oia I hola, a oia, mahalo.
Ha'aheo au ia oi e hauola, ua like ka noi me ke koi a a'ole hiki paha ke ho'ole, but ua holomua ua mai ka I wale kauhana. E ke anaina, he nina o paha ka o kou. Questions for hauola?
I'm going to try to do this. He aha kauhana punahele keia kauwela.
I kea kauwele o ko'u hana punahele. Wow. I ko mana ale he mea ho'okahi o ko'u mau hana punahele. A ka ua puni au I ka kami ilio ana me nā kupuna ma ka'u. Ka alaka'i ana I nā hui I kipa I ka huku.
Ma waho aku o ka huku, o wai kau wahi punahele I kipa aku ai.
Ma waho ka huku?
Ai.
O punulu'u?
No ke aha.
No ke aha? No laila, he wahi piha me ka hali'a aloha me ko'u ohana. No ka mea, O ku'u mau kupuna mai ki kahakai o Punalu'u. Yeah. So
Nani.
pili au i mena kupuna ma Punalu'u.
Mahalo. Pa'ipaili maho for Hawala. Great job. We're in the home stretch, my friends. 2 last presentations. Up next, we have Kapailoa Aki, who had the opportunity to work with KBCC this summer.
So, aloha. My name is Kapailoa Gohukea Ki, and I'm a first-year PIPES intern in the Ka'au pathway. And my project is a study of platform design, structural influences on nest quality in Alala, or Corvus hawaiiensis. So just a little bit of background about me is that I was born on Oahu to Kaleo and Liana Ki. I'm the youngest of 4 kids, so that's me right there. And then at a young age, we moved to Hilo on the Big Island. And currently, I'm a student here at UH Hilo studying data science. And this summer, I had the opportunity to work at the Keoho Bird Conservation Center that has the vision to save critically endangered bird species and restore them into the wild. I was also able to fly to Maui, which is pretty exciting, and I got to assist with some of the day-to-day maintenance that they have there with the alala. And some background into the alala themselves is that they're endemic to the Hawaiian Islands, meaning that they exist here and nowhere else in the world. They can grow to about 1.5 feet, and the oldest recorded was 29 years of age, so they pretty have a long lifespans compared to other birds here. And they're also highly intelligent, being able to naturally use tools as young as 2 years old, which is a behavior witnessed in only one other crow species. Yeah. And another unique thing is that they have over 24 different vocalization types, which is the highest amongst the crow and raven species. And here's an ololana that I found that says, He alala he manuleo nui. The alala, the bird with the big voice, which is pretty appropriate because they are pretty loud, and their name translates to project one's voice or to bawl and wail. Their habitats were koa and ohia forests up to 8,200 feet elevation, and they're threatened by diseases, invasive predators, and habitat loss. They're not only important culturally, but also to Hawaii's ecosystem because they disperse and offer germination benefits to a lot of the native plants from their diet. And just a brief timeline, there were fossil records found of 5 different corvid species, but only the Corvus hawaiiensis still exists. And they were documented as extremely numerous in the 1890s, but this rapidly declined, with them being listed as endangered in 1967 and extinct in the wild in 2002. And so this prompted the creation of the Intensive Recovery Program in 1993, and then the KBCC and NBCC facilities in 1996. And there's also been some recent efforts to release the alala, which is pretty exciting as well. And so the first step of my project was just getting an idea and background of the alala themselves. But due to their sensitive nature and them being endangered, we can't really do experiments on them. So our project was a retrospective analysis, meaning working with a lot of the data that's already been collected. And so we wanted our research to be meaningful and something that we can, relevant to the actions that we can take to improve the care of the alala. And so one challenge that we found is that from all the parent incubated eggs from 2018 to 2021, over half of them were lost before the hatch date. And this could be due to a lot of different influences, but we wanted to focus on the role of nests. So our question was, what characteristics of nesting platforms are associated with higher nest scores among alala and conservation breeding aviaries? And so we just wanted to identify what kind of platforms best support alala breeding behavior and improve the breeding outcomes like hatched eggs. So moving on to data collection. Data is usually gathered through cameras installed in the upper sections of the aviaries, like right here. And so this way we can evaluate and track the nesting progress as well as breeding behavior and egg laying activities. And this is good because it's not very invasive, and so we're able to view them without disturbing them during this sensitive nesting period, and so they don't develop any unwanted behaviors towards us. And once the data is collected, it's inputted to the Survey 123 forms. And so this results in a lot of data sets that we can use to answer research questions like mine. And so the way that nests are scored is through this standardized criteria. And so on a scale of 1 to 5, so 5 is down here, it's fully formed, symmetrical, and it has a cup formed. And then a 1 would be basically no or few sticks. And these scores are only given once an egg is laid inside the nest, and so we're not prematurely evaluating them. And here's a comparison of a nest with a score of 1 and a score of 5. It's not that clear, but the nest progress is just these couple of sticks and blades of grass. And then this is a nest with a score of 5, so it's pretty well formed and has a cup that's able to hold the egg well. So that's kind of the behavior that we want to see. And so various data sets had to be used to answer the question, including one about breeding pairs, bird details, platforms, nest scores, location, and more. So all of this had to be clean, restructured, and reformatted so that we could analyze them. But during this, we saw that there was a major oversight, and we underestimated the number of platforms that there were. And this can cause problems when running our statistical models because they wouldn't be able to converge as there's too many categories with not enough observations. So to address this, we began reviewing each of the platform types and categorizing them on different traits, like shape. So it's pretty simple, like these would all be square shapes, and these would all be yes for matting. And we also did with if they branched, if there was a bowl, and also the width and other things. And during the summer, I also got to work with our Shiny dashboards, which is basically just a web application. And I just wanted to make the data more accessible and hopefully easier to understand for people. And so this is the final data set. It has 62 unique pairs, 16 unique platforms, and across 5 years from 2020 to 2024. Here's just some quick summaries and statistics about them. And then here's just to plot some of the variables that we investigated a bit. And so it compares the well-built nests and low-built and the distribution and how it went across the different seasons. Yeah, so you can kind of just test it with all the different variables that were available. And also it holds all the different platform images of all the different platforms. And then if you wanted to look more to the data set itself. And also of the data, only the ground laid eggs were omitted because it didn't really focus on the platform structures. And then moving on to the modeling, we used a cumulative link mixed model for ordinode data. So it's like a ranking, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is the nest scores. And we also used this model because it allowed us to include random effects, which are features that we're not really interested in, but could affect the outcome, and fixed effects that we are interested in investigating a bit more. And so we had to run a series of mixed models. And all of them had random effects of breeding pair, breeding season, and location, just so that we could account for these variabilities introduced by management changes across the years, differences in facility environments, and individual pair behavior. And so here are some of the results, but they're a bit hard to understand, so let's just go to the graphs. So this is just a comparison of the high proportion of the proportion of nest scores that were high, which are just nests with a score of 5 or 4, and these are good enough to properly incubate the eggs, and then 3 and below, not much. And so this graph just tells us that platforms without a bowl have a higher proportion of well-built nests, so this would probably have a higher nest score than this one. And then this investigates the bottom shape, so this is angular, solid, spiral, and web-like. And so this just tells us that the spiral bottom shape has a higher proportion of poorly built nests, and so we'd probably want to avoid this and avoid this shape in future nest constructions. And then this graph shows that as the width of the platform increases, so does the nest score, so wider platforms are better. And then lastly is the location within the chamber. And so this is just a schematic of the chamber, and it's broken up into 6 pieces. And so A and B are the back group, as it's the farthest from the human entrance side, and then E and F is the front. And so this graph just tells us that limited human interaction is probably more associated with higher nest scores. And so the results of this is applicable because all of the platform types currently being used are deteriorating, and so new designs will have to be made. And so we can use this to figure out which ones are more associated with a higher nest score, and we can invest more time and materials into those instead of those that contribute less to nest success. And just some broader impacts of this project is that it ensures that we're being as efficient and effective as possible in getting higher quality nests, which could improve breeding behavior and support the eventual long-term goal of reintroducing the alala into the wild. And this project also has the potential to inform the broader scientific community and even other endangered avian species and other programs. And this project is also important because there's limited or non-existent information about the effects of physical structure of nesting platforms on nest quality. So it was a pretty major gap in the sector of conservation breeding program. And just some personal impacts that I got from this summer is that through working with the Alala, I've come to see how ancestral values and scientific methods are intertwined, and how even though I didn't really work with the birds on a day-to-day basis, I was able to gain a lot of good insight from them through the data sets that I worked with. And this just taught me that conservation can be more than just field work, but also ensuring that the information we have is meaningful for those who will continue to work after us. And through this internship, I also gained a lot of vital professional skills that I'll carry with me. But beyond that, I also learned how to think like a conservationist, which is more than just the research, but the future of the species and the impact it has on the culture and community. And so the next steps of this project would probably be to run more statistical models and analyzing the data more, with the eventual end product being a published paper detailing the methods and the findings. And then some personal intentions is that as I prepare for the next steps in my ka'au, I do so with renewed clarity and motivation to continue my education in data science. And I plan to continue engaging with conservation, not only through an analytical lens, but as a community advocate to uplift the environment and the people, as the kupuna I one day become is built not just on knowledge, but also in action rooted in aloha aina. And I'd like to give a big mahalo for my mentors, Allison, Bryce, and Brisa, and also the PIPES staff and interns for supporting, challenging, and inspiring me this summer. Mahalo.
Amazing, amazing job, Kapailoa. I know we have some of your mentors here. Any questions from the audience from Kapailoa?
I was wondering, does the age of the birds make a difference on like how good they nest or make the nest?
Yeah, well, they do reach sexual maturity at 2, but I think there was research done that if they have more experience in a good what is that? Like they actually lay an egg, then they have they're more likely to have better nest quality. So if they're paired with a more experienced, then they would do well, but not so much age, but like experience. Yeah.
As a data science major, does anyone else have a question before I ask one? I'm curious, as a data science major, I'll hand it off to you next, Seth. But you know, you're one of a handful in the cohort. What does the next steps for you look like, and how do you think your journey in conservation will continue from here on out?
Well, I'm still learning in data science. Like I just finished some intro classes, so this summer has really been great, getting some real-world application done. So the next steps would probably just be continuing my major and hopefully get another internship in conservation where I can utilize data science.
Kind of carrying on with Kamo's question, are you guys able to kind of track them generationally if like their parents were really good at building nests, and then if their next generation is good, and how far? And yeah.
No, I think they do track like genetic wise, they do track that. So I believe that they would be able to do that as well. Sorry, what was the question again?
Like, if the parents are really good at nesting, do their offspring are really good at nesting as well?
Oh, it's mostly like skills that they develop. So, but they usually are left with their parents for up to like 2 years of age, so they could learn from them.
Ooh, that sounds like some inherited and acquired mana, Nalu. Can we get one last round of applause for Kapailoa? And taking us home, the boy from Laupahoehoe, Mr. Kamaha'o Matsumoto. Close us out strong, my friend.
Okay, how are we feeling, everybody? How are we doing? I'm just kidding. This isn't a presentation. I'm just doing like 5 minutes of a comedy set real quick. No, I'm kidding. Okay, well, I'm glad everyone's feeling good. We're at the last presentation. You all have made it. I'm literally the last thing stopping you from lunch. So let's get right into it. My name is Kamaha'o Matsumoto. I had the fortunate privilege to work with the SDAV lab this summer during PIPES 2025 summer cohort. And I will be presenting today on my presentation titled The Colloquiu of Laupahoehoe. So, to get into my hua, e maiau o kaboe la. I'm from Pu'ovaina. I live in Manoa. I was shaped probably the most by Kanewai. I recently graduated from UH Manoa with my undergraduate degree in botany, and I will be continuing to grad school at Manoa in the fall, also in botany. I'm in April 5th Aries, and I worked with the Spatial Data Analysis and Visualization Lab this summer with Ryan Proy and Sepha Percival. They do a lot of remote sensing work. This is drone stuff, satellite, LiDAR. Some of their previous work have included with ROD, making a detection. You fly over, you take a bunch of images, and they'll be able to detect what trees are, having ROD symptoms at different stages of the color. They worked with strawberry guava, both in using the drones to release the biocontrol for strawberry guava, as well as using algorithms to kind of like see how well the biocontrol is moving throughout the forest of strawberry guava. And then one of their other recent projects was with Pu'uva'a, where they mapped a huge section of forest and made a model to basically categorize what plants were there. And that directly ties into my project of doing basically the same thing, carbon mapping, but in the ahupua'a of Lapuehoi. So, the goal of this carbon mapping project is to use satellite imagery plus LiDAR data to create a species-level map of biomass across huge areas. And so for us in specific, it would be the ahupua'a of Lapuehoi. And the ultimate goal of this is to map all of the above-ground carbon that's stored in the trees in all of Hawaii. The goal would be whole island and then eventually the whole state, but we're taking it ahupua'a by section. And so for future uses for this is you've identified sequestration potential, invasive species impact, and just overall restoration opportunity. And so to get into our ha'alele, he mea ole kapi'ina pali la, how in the heck do you map every single tree in the ahupua'a of Lapuehoi? Realistically, you can't. Instead, we have a solution, and that solution is known as our model, aka Cepha's son Sam. Now, Cepha does not actually have a son. In fact, he has 2 daughters. But SAM is a acronym that stands for Segment Anything Model, which is a model that he helped develop along with Pat, one of our great machine learning, and Meta, to make this model. And the Segment Anything Model, what it does is you're segmenting trees, right? So the idea is you're segmenting all of the trees in the ahupua'a of Lapuehoi to then classify them based on their species. And so, how do we make Cepha's son Sam? So the solution is ultimately a lot of things. So first we got to gather the satellite imagery along with the LiDAR data. Then we identify potential species to be found. This is some data pulled from the HipNet plots in Lapuehoi that do forest surveys. This is a rarefaction curve to see how many species we're going to cover, or most likely to encounter, and then also abundance. And so this shows we're seeing a lot of, this is hapu'u, I think this is olopua, and then ohia, more hapu'u. But this isn't fully accurate to what we're seeing because we're using drones, so we're top down. So all the hapu'u, all that understory stuff, we're just not going to see it. But either way, it gives us a nice kind of broad scope of what's happening. I also need to learn QGIS, which is a fun endeavor, and then learn to ID trees from above. There are 5 different tree species in this image. Can you tell the difference of tree species? Can you point them out? Do you know which ones they are? I had to figure that out. That was a fun learning curve. And then ultimately learn how to make orthomosaics, which are big images of a bunch of overlapping drone images, like drone shots. They're stitched together to make one big map that we ultimately use with QGIS. So that's the how, or well. And so for the how, right, drone flights, ground photos, hikes, lots of time on the computer. And so our goals, right? We want to create that species-level map of Lapuehoi. And we want to understand trends across the ahupua'a, maybe identify problems / weak points of the model, and ultimately, hopefully, become the boy from Lapuehoi. And so, we get into our huaka'i, ahehoi va'i hanala. So, okay, this is going to be relatively dense in terms of like what we're going to go over. So try your best to not think about lunch for like 2 minutes. So we're going to start. First, we get the satellite images, right? And so the beauty of satellite images is they're huge images. This is like not even the full of this one image, and this is almost the entire ahupua'a of Lapuehoi. And so it's great because it's huge. But the only bad thing is that it simply doesn't have the resolution enough for us to properly identify trees. Can you tell that there's a tree here? There's actually 2. But because this is a little bit too pixelated for our eyes, we need more data. We can't just feed the model just this stuff. It's not going to get it. It's going to think that everything is purple. It's also purple because we go through some post-processing once we get the images. That's why it looks a little funny. But broad scopes is the computer can understand what's there. So then we combine it with our LiDAR data. So this is LiDAR data that's put through a different model known as the CHM, which is technically another one of Cepha's sons, but Cepha's son CHM doesn't really roll off the tongue as well as Cepha's son Sam, so we don't really call it that. But the CHM stands for the canopy height model. And so a canopy height model takes all the LiDAR data and it puts it into a deliverable form that reads how tall certain things are. And so what you're seeing, all of these little brighter green, almost and sometimes yellow little circles, those are tops of trees. And those are all different heights. And so the brighter colors that you're going to see, those are super tall trees. And then the darker colors, they might even be the ground or just lower understory trees, right? And so this allows us to get that 3D view, right? To be able to see how tall are these trees that we're looking at, what they're going on. And so this image here is actually the same satellite image that you guys saw earlier, the super zoomed in one. We got 2 trees right there. You can see them. I wasn't making it up, I swear. And so we feed those 2 into a different model, and that gives us this, which is the crown model. And so the crown model is beginning that segmentation process, right? So we're getting all of this 3D data along with the satellite imagery on top of it, And we're creating, well, the model is basically giving us an idea of, hey, I think there's a tree canopy here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. So that's what you're seeing right here. You're seeing all those red circles. Those are predicted canopies of trees. And this is wonderful because it's starting to get the model, it's starting to take shape, all of our satellite imagery, right? Because now we can kind of see these peaks of trees along with the crown that's belonging to it, right? And this, along with all that other data, is starting to build out our model. So from there, we get our CHM, and then we go out into the field, and we do a drone flight. And we do a drone flight, and we take a bunch of photos in a beautiful, nice, overlapping way, and then we stitch them together to make an orthomosaic. So this is an orthomosaic. It's basically like thousands of images stitched together, put together, and then slapped on top of our CHM. And then, using both this image that is much more higher resolution along with our crown model, we're able to get an idea of what's there, of the tree species, of how they look. And this is in real time. And so with this, we can use that and hopefully to our best ability, ID the tree species. So the blue, I believe, are Hi'ilehua. The pinks, or like the more fuchsia, is koa. And then some of the other dots are some different colors for a different thing. But the broad strokes is we're identifying tree species based on the drone imagery, but ultimately feeding it to the model with the satellite imagery to basically say, hey, this is what a koa looks like. This is what an ohi'alehua looks like, right? You can trust us, I'm not lying. And so this is an example. This site was in upland Lapuahoi, so it's a lot more native forest. And then we did another flight in a little bit more Makai, and this is much larger as well. And this is in like a heavily invaded strawberry guava ohia forest, so mostly strawberry guava. If you're gonna walk through it, you only see strawberry guava. But from above, you kind of get a little bit more of that ohia stuff. That's kind of the lighter canopies. And so from there, same idea. We drop a bunch of points. This is pretty much primarily only strawberry guava and ohia. But we drop a bunch of points telling the model, hey, this is what it is. This is what's happening. Along with the drone flights, we also get a lot of ground photos, and that can be seen here. Basically, every little airplane emoji is a photo. We basically did this by suction cupping our phone to the windshield, and it just snaps photos every like 50 feet or so as we're driving up and down Blair Road all throughout the area. And this is just more data. More data doesn't hurt, right? And so this can be used as reference points, even if they're not the most like easiest image, because it's like from somebody's windshield. You still get the idea of what's out there, right? You can still be able to drop points for the species. And so then, with our completed, there's about 1,500 trees or so ID'd and dropped of points with all different kinds of species. Every color represents a different species. And with this data, along with the crown model and the LiDAR and the satellite and the whole thing, we feed it into Cepheid SunSam, and it spits out our model. That's when you guys are all supposed to go, whoa, thanks. Yeah, it took 2 months. So this is our completed model. Granted, completed is probably not the right word. This is our first model because we can always make things a little bit better. But on the left-hand side, we have a breakdown of all the different species that you're going to see. So in purple is metpal or ohi'alehua. The pink is eucalyptus. That teal green is strawberry guava. The blue is tropical ash, and then yellow is koa, and then green is others. That's everything else that isn't within those 5 species, like coconut trees and mango trees and kukui trees, everything that you might see that just isn't in those like more narrow parameters. And so for the broad strokes, us in the SDAO lab, we're pretty happy with this one. This came out pretty nice. But so if we're going to break it down a little bit more, this is the most Makai section. This is like mostly residential. And so you're going to see it picked up really well in all of that other section with all that green, as well as our eucalyptus plantations. They picked them up very well, very clearly. The model was able to tell, because truthfully, I only dropped about 200 points for these trees. And yet we're getting the entire plantation. It's understanding this is eucalyptus. This is a eucalyptus plantation in the next valley over. You can see the eucalyptus that's bordering people's properties all along in here, right? And so it's starting to pick up a lot of the more common stuff very easily. As we continue up into the forest, we see this kind of invaded area. We have a lot of that teal strawberry guava look, but we're starting to get a little bit more natives with that purple kind of coming in force. And then as we continue to walk even further, we get into where it transitions from that ohia dominated into the koa dominated. So this is something that we saw in our own kilo, in our own time in the Ahupua'a. As we're driving up, we can very easily see, as the ohitas start to thin out as they start to get a little bit smaller, and then the koas start to really start marching up, and you're getting those freaking monsters. And then, as we continue all the way up, right before you hit Parker Ranch, you hit this very weird, it's so strange, because I've never been up here before. You're like running through this beautiful native forest, and then you just pull up, and it's like this monocrop tropical ash plantation. And it was grown back in the 60s. We eventually figured it out. But this model picked it up really, really well. And so that's something that we're really happy about. Granted, this section of forest is probably the easiest one to map because the trees are spaced out. The trees are really big because it's like old and nobody really touches them. But at the very least, we're able to very clearly identify where our tropical ash plantations are and where our koa is still remaining. And so we're really happy with that. And this is about where the road ends, right there, Parker Ranch. But so that's our completed model, right? Well, completed, right? That's my biggest thing is this isn't quite completed yet because we can always make it better. But from here, we can continue forward with it. And so, to ho'i mai au I ka hale la, some reflections, accomplishments, challenges, lessons. We achieved the goal of the completed model. I learned QGIS rather slowly. I also feel like my perspective on science, technology, and culture have changed. Coming into PIPES, I thought I was going to have a lot different experience than the lab that I was placed into, but I'm really grateful I was, because I learned a lot of new skills that I definitely probably would not have encountered, and I feel like as I spent time with doing the PIPES huaka'is, as well as working with the SDEV lab, I had a lot of time to reflect and kind of how I view myself as a scientist, as a Hawaiian scientist. And so this is a picture of me using a Trimble, which is like a kind of GPS. And I thought it was really fascinating because as you're walking around with that thing, the entire time it's trying to ping up to satellites, right? It's trying to get connections to satellites. And it really made me kind of feel the same way when I'm like laying there on the beach and it's pitch black and all I can see is the stars and I'm trying to ping to those same stars and figure out where I am in relation to them. And so that was something that really hit me. And then my impact through the SDEV lab is I started the project. It can only get bigger and better. I'm going to drop my new lab logo design in the contest that we're having. So hopefully I win that thing because that'd be sick. You guys got to send me a shirt if I do, man. I'd love that. And some lessons that I learned over my 2 months. You got to have a good file naming system. Take accurate descriptive field notes and save your progress often, because one time I lost 300 points and it sucked. It was so bad, but it's okay because we did them again. And so finally, for my ha'ina mai kapuanala, some applications for this. Hopefully, obviously, I want it to be done for the carbon mapping across the island, across the state, across the world, across the universe. Obviously, I think ecology and research coming from a botany background, this was really interesting to me to see like invasive species invasion or even identifying rare species / habitats, just kind of becoming a tool for conservations to use, right? This can speed up a lot of different processes depending on how you use it or even parts of it. And I hope that it can become just that. Some improvements, as I was the first kind of stepping stone into this, we did notice some issues that we came, especially with the segmentation. This is an example of missing crowns. So this is in the eucalyptus plantation where you should have crowns everywhere, except you see these holes where there's no red circles, right? Holes here, holes there, holes over here. And so something is happening with the segmentation. It's just not registering all of these crowns. Another one that you guys may have noticed is we get artifacts appearing, this like strange triangle. This appears to be like a banner. These aren't natural occurring things. We think it's something with the LiDAR, but either way, it's another thing to fix up to try to make a little bit better. And then our wonderful strawberry guava problem. So this image is a drone image of the strawberry guava ohia forest with the crowns, except the crowns aren't really adhering to what they should be. So like this one, for example, although the crown is this big, in reality, right, our trees are only that big, right? And in fact, there's like 2, maybe even a third strawberry guava over here. And we think that this is just because strawberry guava grows in such a dense thickets that it's hard to like understand where the trunk is and where the top is and where everything is. And so that's just more things for us to think about and revisit, as well as, sadly, due to ROD, sometimes our drone photos just aren't quick enough for the data. This is an example because this canopy right here, according to our satellite and our LiDAR, there's a tree there. Except as you can tell, we have a log. And you can also see the rod is affecting lots of things. I mean, I don't need to rediscuss how bad rod is, but you know, this model is really only as fast as the data can get, and so there's still lots of different things that we can change with it and make with it that can try to speed up that process. And so ultimately, for my personal, because like I didn't expect there to be so much personal reflection during this 2 months, especially when like I was watching everybody else's presentations. I was like, wow, I gotta like talk more about myself. I thought so. And so as the boy who's not even from Lapuahoi, how does this work impact my work? I think the biggest thing was just me recognizing that this is a tool that will become more available and that should become more available for people, and how I could potentially use it for my grad school project. And then how does this work impact me as a person? As I was spending so much time working on a computer, looking at satellite imagery, looking at drone images, right, I was seeing these trees that I know and I love and I've seen many times before in a completely different way and from a completely different vantage point. And so for me, it was really recognizing that the lens that you see through will change what you see. That's something that really stuck with me throughout the summer. And that's a photo of me and Kanoa having fun while taking a GPS point. But with that being said, I would just like to say mahalo to everyone, to my mentors, to Ryan and Sefa, to my lab mates, Kanoa, Olivia, Andrew, Naia, Hunter, Ed, Pat, and Tori, to all of the PIPES staff for putting up with me, to all my fellow PIPES interns for also putting up with me, and to everyone that helped fund me. Oh my God, without you, I could not be here. And to everyone who I was fortunate with to work and learn from. Here's a beautiful little collection of some photos in Lapuahoi that just really made me appreciate a lot of things. At that point, I would like to say thank you, and do we have any questions?
Questions for the boy.
I think Haola has a question.
Haola.
You could have at least walked, bro. You got legs.
Can you hula the boy from Lapuahoi?
Ay ya, ay ya.
For all of us, please. I would love to see it.
Oh my God. Okay, why don't we do it at the reflection camp, guys? Can we just do it then? My lord.
Fine.
Oh, true. See, copyright. We can't do it, guys. It sucks.
Dang.
Okay, does anyone have questions about my project? I spent too much working on. Anyone have any questions about that?
Yeah, you actually have one online.
Perfect.
Actually, you have two. So, my question, so from Andrew Lee Smith, aloha kamahao. I enjoyed your wonderful and entertaining presentation. My question is, if there are companies on other islands that use this technology to help fight against invasive growths?
Are there technologies on other islands that do this sort of thing? Oh, I see.
Are there companies on other islands that use this technology to help fight against invasive growth?
Well, shout out Andrew. It's good to see you, buddy, even though you're not here. But truthfully, I believe so. I mean, a lot of other people on other islands and other places, they'll use LiDAR for different things. I'm not fully sure regarding how common this kind of this kind of technology use or this much integrated technology use is with different organizations. From what I can tell, this is a relatively new kind of field and way that they're doing this, from what I can tell, at least with this. And so I can't realistically say yes with a truth behind it, but I hope eventually this becomes much more common for people to use. That's my goal.
Great. Thank you. And then there's another question. After Dean Matsumoto says, hurry home, South Swell. El Matsumoto, no relation, I'm sure, says, how did you decide on Lapuahoi?
Oh, well, actually, beautifully. Lapuahoi was decided for me. It was a wee bit twist of fate. And so if you guys aren't familiar, so the whole thing why they're calling me the boy from Lapuahoi, the boy from Lapuahoi was the first hula that I ever learned when I started dancing hula. And so every header to all of the sections is the first verse, or this is the first line of every verse in The Boy from Lapuahoi. And so truthfully, I did not pick Lapuahoi. But perhaps fate knew that young man right there was going to learn that song and then work in that place. And we appreciate that very much. But yeah. Any other questions?
Can we get one last round of applause for the boy? Hoping we see the hula at reflection camp tonight.
Can we also get a round of applause for everyone that is here? You guys just did a wonderful day and a half. Give a round of applause to yourselves. We did it, Pipes interns.
Take the mic away from him. I don't know which mic to use now. Can we get another round of applause for our interns, please? And I'm gonna invite the interns up here. We're gonna do our mele mahalo. And that concludes us for our PIPES 2025 Intern Symposium. We hope to see you folks next year. Thank you everyone for joining us. Once again, this is a mele mahalo that our team, our organization wrote to talk about the characteristics. Here we go again. Come on, guys. To talk about the characteristics of Mokaulele, which is a ili aina, near and dear to the hearts of the people of the University of Hawaii at Hilo. So hopefully within this mele, you see the characteristics within us. So without further ado, I'm going to turn this mic off, and then I'll leave them. I'm going to go away from the mics. Sorry, that's all we got for you guys. Mahalo.